Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the City of Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment. This board has the power under Iowa law and the zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear requests for variances and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, to consider conditional use permits, and to review appeals from the decision of the staff in the administration of the zoning ordinance, and to then make decisions in such matters. The members of this board are citizens of the City of Des Moines and have been appointed to this board by the City Council. The board members are volunteers and they receive no compensation for their public service. I'm going to take a moment here and I'll introduce our board members as well as city staff that will be assisting us today. On the audience's right is Dave Gare. Next to him is Lynn Carlson. I'm Mel Pins, the board chair. On my right is Marlis Jones, and next to her is Cindy Smith. We're missing one board member today. John Chido usually sits down here to the audience's right, and I trust that Nathan Blake will be showing up momentarily, and he usually sits over here. Okay. All right, I'll take a moment here. I'll introduce our city staff that are assisting us today. To my left is Judy Parks Cruz, our legal counsel for the City of Des Moines. Down here in the front row by the podium is Bert Drost, city planner, and Eric Lundy, city planner. And Bert and Eric will be giving the city's presentations and lead-ins on each case today. I'll give everybody a review of how our procedure works. For some of you, this may be the first time you're here, so welcome. For others of you, you might be here quite often, but we like to remind everybody how this works, and we'll guide you through the process as we go. First and foremost, this is an open public meeting, but it is a formal legal hearing. It is being recorded. We should be broadcasting live right now on the city's cable channel on this Wednesday afternoon, or you may be catching us in reruns late night or if you have insomnia. The board members have received a copy of the agenda and the staff recommendations. Copies of the agendas and the staff recommendations are available in the tray right outside the door here. So when I'm through with my opening remarks, if you haven't grabbed one yet, feel free to step up and do so. This board is required to base its decision in each case upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable to each case has been identified in the written staff report, and if the facts, as determined by this board, demonstrates that the criteria established by law for granting the relief has been satisfied, then the board must grant the relief. Otherwise, the board must deny the requested relief. Each appeal will be announced in order, and the staff will present a brief explanation of the appeal. Any written comments received by the staff prior to the hearing will be distributed to the board or otherwise identified during the staff presentation. The appellant or a representative of the appellant will be allowed to speak first. They will be allowed up to 10 minutes to present their appeal. Anyone else present in support of the appeal will then be allowed up to 5 minutes each to present their comments. Anyone present in opposition to the appeal will then be allowed up to 5 minutes each to present their comments. If there are any comments in opposition, the applicant will then be allowed up to 3 minutes for a rebuttal or other closing comments. And we will help you through that on order of appearance. All speakers are requested to speak only from the podium up here to the front left during their appropriate turn, and they must begin their presentation by giving both their name and address. So if you're here as a resident with an interest or concern, give your home address. If you're here in a professional capacity as an architect, engineer, attorney, etc., you can give your place of business address. All speakers must remain courteous and must focus their comments only upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law for granting the relief has been satisfied. Speakers are also asked to ensure that they're respectful of time considerations, and if necessary, the board chair will limit further comments by a speaker if they exceed their time limitations. We want to give everybody a fair chance to be heard here today, but we have more than 24 items, so sometimes this hearing can be anywhere from 3 to 5 hours in length. So we hope everybody uses their time. I saw an expression in the audience. So I encourage you to all use your time wisely, but judiciously as well. The board will then close any further public comment on the agenda item, and the board will immediately deliberate the request, and we will make a decision here today. If your appeal is approved today, we ask that you wait until mid next week to go to the Permit and Development Center if you would need to obtain any necessary building permits. This allows the decision of this board to be documented in the form of a decision and order. That decision and order will be provided to you as well as to our permit development staff. Any appeal that is approved by this board must be implemented, constructed, or otherwise utilized within 2 years of the date of the decision by this board, or such approval shall expire. Items listed on the consent portion of the agenda, which is our first portion of today's agenda, are not planned to be individually discussed. They are being considered for approval in accordance with the recommendations in the staff report, unless there's an individual present in the audience or a member of this board that requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda and separately considered under the public hearing agenda. The decisions of this board can only be appealed in the Polk County District Court. So if you believe you have been harmed by an error made by this board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the district court within 30 days of the filing of the board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this board are wrong, you may petition to the City Council to change those regulations for future considerations. All material written or otherwise utilized today as part of anyone's presentation will become a permanent part of the record and will not be returned. So if you have any photographs, drawings, documents, or plans that you want to share with us, we have a way to do that with cameras here. You'll either need to leave that copy with us or allow us to make a suitable electronic or physical copy of that. Just a few quick housekeeping items. We ask that you please avoid any undue conversation in the audience in order to not be disruptive or distracting from the hearing that's in progress. You're doing a fine job of that. Thank you. We also ask that you ensure your cell phone has been silenced. Again, good job so far. And if you need to use a restroom, you can leave through these doors here. You don't have to go downstairs. Just past the staircase on your left, we have restrooms here. Once the agenda item you are interested in has been completed, you are welcome to leave the hearing. Otherwise, you can stick around again for the next 3+ hours if you'd like to listen to the other items. We'll have a 10-minute break in the hearing between 3 and 3:30 if that may be needed. So what we're going to do here is see if we do have any changes to the agenda that was presented, and we'll have Mr. Drost kick us off with that.
Right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bert Drost, planner for the City of Des Moines. I do have a few changes to today's agenda, so you have to bear with me. The first is item number 1 is the appeals at 3121 Forest Avenue. They've asked for a continuance to the November 20th Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting so they can hold a neighborhood meeting. So staff is supportive of that request for continuance.
Okay. Would there be any questions or a motion for continuance on item 1? Motion?
I so move.
Sure.
Second by Dave. Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, none, and there'll be 1 abstention. I'm a member of the Neighborhood Development Corporation Board, so I'm not going to vote on that one. Okay, any other changes?
Sure, yeah. Number 11 is the appeal at 1918 Laner Street. The applicant doesn't fully agree with the staff recommendation, so they want to have that one discussed. So staff has moved that one to the discussion portion of the agenda.
Okay.
And then there are 4 items that staff would like to have moved to the consent portion of the agenda, and those are, I'll go through those quickly. That's item number 14 is the request from the new Dollar General at 2309 East 42nd Street, the request to sell beer and wine. Staff has recommended that be moved to the consent agenda. Number 15 is a series of appeals in the vicinity of 1315 Laurel Street that would allow for construction of 2 duplex structures. The applicant has agreed fully to the staff recommendation, so they're comfortable having it moved on the consent agenda. I would mention that if the board isn't comfortable approving it as part of the consent agenda, they've asked for a continuance to October 23 since the applicant couldn't be here. And then taking a step back, item number 12, which was the appeals at 2211 Grand Avenue. They were continued from last month so they could meet with staff. Staff did meet with them and we came up with a solution. So they are now in agreement with the staff recommendation, so staff's comfortable moving that one to consent as well. And number 17 is the appeal for paving in the front yard at 2414 Sailor Road. Staff's recommended approval, no significant opposition, so staff's comfortable moving 17 to the consent agenda. And then item number 23, the appeals at 1726 Oakland Avenue that would allow for reuse of an existing building that had a fire. Staff's recommended approval, and the applicant agrees to those conditions. So I guess there's 5 items that staff would be comfortable moving to consent.
Okay, so what we'll do here, we'll have some audience participation in this, so hang on. What we want to first look at is those items that are interested in being moved to consent before the board considers that. I want to see if there's anybody in the audience who would be opposed to moving a few items to our consent agenda. So what I'd want to do here is, I'll just list these off briefly again. I just need a show of hands. Is there anybody here that would be opposed to item 12, which is a variance and exception request at 2211 Grand Avenue? Anybody opposed to item 12? Okay, seeing none. Item 14 is a conditional use permit request by Family Video Movie Club at 2309 East 42nd. Anybody here opposed to granting the requested conditional use permit? Just raise your hand if you are. Okay, seeing none. Item 15 is an exception request in the 1300 block of Laurel Street. Anybody here opposed to that? Okay, seeing none. Item 17 is a variance request at 2414 Sailor Road. Any opposition? Are you opposed to us approving that item, sir? Okay, all right, then we'll take item 17 off consideration. And we'll do that on the regular agenda. And then we have item 23. 23 is a variance and exception request at 1726 Oakland Avenue. Anybody in opposition to that? Okay, so just for the moment, we're going to look at adding some stuff into the consent agenda before we approve the consent agenda. So if there's no other discussion, would there be a motion to move items 12, 14, 15, and 23 to the consent agenda?
I'll move.
Second.
All right, moved by Cindy and a second by Nathan. I think there was a verbal motion, or a physical motion, but I heard the verbal from you two. Okay, so now what we're going to do is back up a little bit. We haven't truly approved anything yet.
Need to vote.
On the motion to move to consent.
Oh,
you did
I'm
vote.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have to vote on that.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So do we have our motion and second? All those in favor, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 6-0. Okay, so now before we truly vote on the entire consent agenda for approval, I'll do the same thing with those items that were originally listed for approval. Anybody here in opposition to item 2, an exception request at 1107 18th? You're in opposition to that, sir? All right, then we will take that off the consent agenda and hear that in our regular items. Item 3 is a special permit request at 2926 Beaver Avenue. Anybody opposed to that? Okay, seeing none. Item 4 is a special permit at 710 Corning Avenue. Anybody in opposition to that? Okay, seeing none. Item 5 is an exception request at 1000 Euclid Avenue. Any opposition? Just raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. Item 6 is an exception request at 3938 East 38th Street. Any concerns? Going once, going twice. Okay. Item 7 is an exception request at 1723 Grand Avenue. Anybody with any opposition to that in the audience? Seeing none. Item 8, an exception request at 2926 Walker Street. No opposition there. And let's see, item 9, a special permit and conditional use permit request near 1030 Southeast 9th Street. Anybody in the audience in opposition to item 9? Seeing none, then our final one would be item 10, and that's to amend a conditional use permit and an exception request at 3525 Vandalia Road related to Helena Industries. Any concerns there? Okay, seeing none, would there be a motion to approve the approval of the requested variances, exceptions, special use permits, and other appeals on items 3 through 10, 12, 14, 15, and 23, if I have all that correct?
I'll move.
Moved by Lynn,
Second.
second by Cindy. All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right, and any abstentions?
I have to recuse myself from number 8.
Okay, all right, so that would be a vote of aye for everything except for 8. And I also recuse myself on item 1. Okay, so, oh yeah, that was our continuance. So if you were here for items 3 through 10, 12, 14, 15, or 23, they have been approved. If you were the applicant, you've still got to comply with the staff recommendations. Those are now conditions of your approval, and you'll get a copy of your decision in order probably mid next week. So again, congrats if you're item 3 through 10, 12, 14, 15, or 23. You are welcome to leave the hearing. Usually clears out half the classroom. Okay. And we'll just take a pause here so we can get reset, and then we'll pick up with our regular agenda. All right. And Eric, if you guys would like to talk further, I'd ask that you leave the hearing. Okay, we'll get started with item 2, an exception request at 1107 18th Street.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 2 is a request to subdivide an existing lot into 4 parcels that would each contain a road dwelling. The subject property is located at the corner of 18th Street and Atkins Street. The property is zoned R3, which is a multifamily residential district. So the fourplex is an allowed use in the R3 district. However, they're wanting to subdivide the property so that each of the units is on its own parcel. And to do so, they're required to comply with, or required to have 3 exceptions. And 2 of those are in regards to the front yard setbacks, and then the other is in regards to the side yard setback from the north property line. Here's the sketch that shows the footprint of what they're proposing. Again, you can see they're proposing 4 units with 1 unit on each of 4 lots. Each unit would have its own 2-car garage at the rear of the lot that would be accessed from the alley. Here's a design of what they're proposing. You can see it's just a typical row house construction. And taking a step back here, the 3 appeals that are needed are, the first is the exception of 5 feet less than the required 25-foot front yard setback along 18th Street. So they'd like to build the building within 20 feet of that front property line. The second appeal is an exception of 15 feet less than the required 30-foot front yard setback from Atkins Street. And then the third is an exception of 2 feet less than the required 8-foot north side yard setback. So they would be within 6 feet of that north side property line. Here are a couple site photos. You can see it's just an empty lot at this time. And then here's the consent map. We did get the 1 card in opposition to it. Staff believes that they have satisfied the criteria necessary for granting the exceptions. As I mentioned, it's zoned R3, which allows for multifamily residential use. So really just have a practical difficulty in building a building that meets the setbacks. So we have recommended approval subject to the 4 conditions outlined in the staff report. So, any questions for me?
Board? Or just real quick one. They will have a site plan requirement with landscaping for, especially on the frontages, right?
Right, yeah, since it's a multifamily residential project, it would have to have a site plan that goes to the Plan and Zoning Commission for review and approval.
Okay.
That complies with stormwater, landscaping, et cetera.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, all right. So the way the process works, staff gives the introduction. Now the applicant or the representative of the applicant that wants to do the project, you can step up and you have up to 10 minutes to tell us about your project and your request for your exception. And we just need your name and address to get started.
Thank you. Sean Wagner, 1159 Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway, Des Moines. I've lived in this neighborhood now for 15 years. I've been renovating houses in this neighborhood for the same amount of time. When this opportunity came up, the property previously was a large home that had a fire. And so this lot became available, so I was looking around, and as everyone knows, there's a large housing need for this type of housing. And this was something that has been very popular in downtown. It's a very nice, very modern look. It's not like a fourplex, it's 4 townhomes, just like what you'd see downtown. Simonson and Associates were the architects on the project. It's been a very popular design plan, very modern. The units themselves will hold up to three bedrooms. Is there any questions for me?
Okay, yeah, any questions for Sean?
Do you plan on living in any of these?
No,
No?
but I'd also, at this time, we're not planning on renting them either. We plan on selling them as individual townhome units.
So they would be
it's-
owner occupied?
That is correct. That is our current intent.
Are you going to have an association for these 4 units, or how are you going to see if one person has a deck that's not being maintained or the roof goes bad? What provisions do you have for that? Is that in the covenants, or is that in?
That is still under discussion.
Okay.
I was trying to cross one bridge at a time, but that is currently under discussion as to how that will be handled.
But you're going to address that somehow?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume it'll be one of those 2 methods, that there will be an association of some format for the residents there to make sure, snow is handled, lawn care, those types of things, so that it's handled and made sure that everybody is in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, is there anybody here to speak in support of the applicant's request? If anybody wants to speak in support of what he'd like to do, you've got up to 5 minutes. Okay, seeing none, is there anybody here to speak in opposition to the applicant's request? Come on up. And you can have up to 5 minutes. And again, we just need your name and address to get started.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mike Harlan, and my address is 1110 18th Street. Across the street from the proposed units. Okay. What I really would like to say is that I very much enjoy this neighborhood. We moved in there approximately 3 years ago, and it's been just like it is since we moved in. Very enjoyable. What I dislike about I also want to point out that the rules that you have, the requirements for setbacks, those are all designed for a purpose. That purpose is to have enough room for everything, the families to live in, recreate, etc. in the neighborhood. So I'm opposed to that many units in that particular parcel. A smaller scale might be more acceptable to me, but it basically is going to create a large wall in our front yard, not in our front yard, but across from our front yard. And I'm opposed to that. And really, I just summed up 3 points in one statement.
Okay.
So, I realize you guys are in charge. Thank you very much for doing so. But those are my opinions. And I thought there'd be a few more folks here from the association to rally that point, but I at least made my point. Thank you very much.
Mike, in case anybody has any questions, do you have any questions for Mike?
Did we hear from the association? Did we?
I can't recall if a card goes out to all the neighborhood associations that are in or next door to these issues. Sometimes they don't respond.
Most of the folks in our neighborhood are working.
Sure.
Can't afford to take a day off.
But they can always send in a card or a letter. It's nothing against a neighborhood
No,
if they
not
don't
at all.
reply. But just real quick, Mike, so you live on 18th Street just west of this then, correct?
Yeah, with that picture you've got there.
Right.
I would, I don't know how.
It's right down in front of you there, yeah. Yep, you can point
This
at it.
home right here.
Okay. So basically, just a question for you, it's already zoned to allow multifamily uses. So someone
correct.
could build an apartment building on the property, and
Correct.
as you said, you know, we got guidelines to live between.
Correct.
But based on where you live, the main exception request here is that that west facade that you would see would be 5 foot closer to you than it otherwise would be allowed.
And 2 stories tall,
And 2 stories tall.
straight up and down.
But that is not an exception requirement here that
No.
they've asked for. It's normally allowed. So in an R3, somebody could build a 2-story apartment building.
Right.
So I'm just trying to kind of put it in perspective of, you know, yes, those are the rules.
Sure.
You know, we wouldn't exist at all if there were no options for consideration, but we've got to make sure that those fit in.
Right.
You know, if
Understand.
we are to grant them. So I just wanted to get your perspective on how you sit
Yes.
from the property.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you very
Excellent.
much.
You bet. You're welcome. Thank you for coming down. Anybody else to speak in opposition? Seeing none, do we have any further questions for staff? If none, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation.
He has a shot to rebut if he wants.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm still doing the math in my head on how we add and subtracted items from the agenda. Yes, the applicant can have a rebuttal if there's anything you'd like to address based on the comments that Mike had. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Okay. Okay, so without addressing the board any further from the audience where we can't hear you, I think he's saying, no, I don't have anything to add. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and then do our deliberation here. Thoughts? Motions?
I think people who, I like this idea of having a row home where the people own the property and have their personal assets invested in it rather than an apartment building, which is probably the other option where you have the bigger setbacks where people have a tendency to just say, well, it's not mine, I don't care. And for that reason, and I know that the road style type townhomes have become very popular, especially with the young professionals where they're both working a lot of hours, don't have a lot of time for yard work, that I am in favor of the
Okay, all right.
whatever.
Staff
Amendments missing.
recommendations for approval.
Exception,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, would there be a motion one way or the other then?
Then I will make a motion that we allow the exception as suggested
As
by
presented.
the zoning planning committee. The
There a second?
exceptions are.
I'll second.
All right, second by Marlis. All those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. So thanks for continuing to invest in your neighborhood in Des Moines. And give Mike a tour of those houses there and show him how nice they're going to look. All right, you guys have a good afternoon. Thank you for coming down. Let's go to item 11 then, I believe. Is that correct, Bert? We move that to the regular agenda. Item 11 is a variance and exception request at 1918 Laner Street, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I know where it is, but I don't always say it.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 11 is a proposal to construct a 24-foot by 30-foot two-story accessory structure that would have a maximum height of 21 feet. The property is located on the south side of Laner Street. Point of reference, the Smoky Row restaurant is just to the north, and Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway is just to the west. The subject property is zoned R3. As you can see from this blue line, the RHD, which is the Residential Historic District zoning, is located immediately to the east. The RHD district does allow for two-story accessory structures. However, this property is just on the other side of that zoning boundary, so they are only allowed to build a one-story accessory structure since they're R3. This is the site sketch that's submitted. It shows that the garage would be placed behind the house. North is to the top. There's an alley here that the driveway to the garage would come off of. And then here is a picture of the accessory structure. They're proposing to have 6-foot tall sidewalls on this upper level, so it's considered to be a full story up there. If they were to slide the walls over so they were only 4-foot tall sidewalls, then we'd be able to consider it as a half story. But again, they're wanting to have the 6-foot sidewalls. Here's a photo taken from Laner Street that shows the house. That new accessory structure would be located to the south of the house. This is taken off of the alley looking back towards the house, so the new structure would set generally in this location. And then one more photo of the rear yard. And then here's the consent map. We did have 2 cards from this property here come in opposition. The rest were all in support. Again, they needed 2 exceptions and 1 variance. The variance was for the full story over the maximum allowed 1 story. As you know, it's pretty hard for staff to recommend approval of variances since the test for a variance is pretty stringent. So we had recommended denial of that variance, but approval of an amended appeal to allow an exception of a half story over the maximum allowed 1 story. And as I alluded to earlier, that would allow them to build this garage. It would just require them to slide the sidewalls within the attic or within the 2nd level over so that the sidewalls are only 4 feet tall. So again, that's really the only point of disagreement between the staff recommendation and the applicant. So any questions for me?
Questions for Bert? Bert, very brief one. Is this considered to be in the Sherman Hill Historic District, or is it just outside of it?
It's just outside of that. Yeah, as I showed you on the map, that the RHD Historic Zoning District
Okay, got
is
it.
immediately,
Yep.
but
and-
I guess it is within the Sherman Hill.
Neighborhood, but it's not in the historic district where there'd be further requirements that the district would have for size, scope, mass of building.
It's actually, yeah, I'm glad you asked because it's in an area that's being considered to be added to the Sherman Hill Historic District.
But it's
I think
not
back
at the
in
moment.
July, the council initiated
Okay.
staff to look at adding this small area here to the local historic district.
Based on the comment cards, was there anything from either the neighborhood association or the historic
Preservation Commission?
commission?
No.
Yeah, no comments. Okay. All right. From staff's perspective, this is a good size house. It's not huge, but there were no concerns. The overall mass or square footage of the accessory structure is not a concern elsewise, aside from the backyard.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we
footage
felt that,
requirements.
it's a 2.5-story dwelling, so
Okay. I've got
1.5 or even a 2-story accessory structure is still subordinate to the 2.5-story.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Bert? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, applicant or representative of the applicant on this one. Come on down.
Brad Argo, 1918 Laner Street. Thanks for your time, and to the staff, I know I had sent Bert just a quick PowerPoint over a few things I wanted to make notes of, so I think he's just pulling that up. Been in the neighborhood as a homeowner since 2006, sat on the Sherman Hill Association board for a few years as well. This street's was neglected for a long time, then now it's gotten a lot of attention because of Smokey Row. One of the things we've tried for a long time is to incorporate this part of the neighborhood into the actual district boundaries. So as Bert mentioned just a little bit ago, that was passed, so I can show that. And Bert already showed this as well. This is the garage. So this was something I got from Jason Van Essen just yesterday, so you can see exactly how close we are. All of that's zoned historic, and you can see area to be added there on that map. I'm just on that sliver right there. So the house right across the alley for me, I believe has a 30 by 30 two-story structure, which is literally 20 feet away from I'm proposing. This is the roll call from that meeting with the city council in July. allowing the resolution to initiate this to be added in. Like I said, this has been about 10 years in the making, but we're very, very close to being incorporated into the historic district bounds, which I'm very excited for. So my builder is Sundance Homes. They built this less than a year ago. This is 756 17th Street, so just a little more than 2 blocks away. This is the exact build that I've proposed. There is absolutely nothing, with the exception of the shake shingles and the 2 doors on the garage. Mine's one single door, that is different whatsoever about this.
Except, excuse me, that one doesn't have the second story on it though, correct? Or I'm not seeing it.
It does.
Yes.
You said it was the exact same, and I'm going, okay.
It's the exact same build. So there are differences. We have a 1 door versus 2 doors,
Okay.
and they have shake shingles on the top part, but literally everything else about it, from the studs to the trusses, is the exact same build.
Including the second story.
Right.
Yes, including the second story. And quite frankly, if I was in the historic districts, I'd almost be required to build a 2-story carriage home. So I think you're kind of see my point here, but this was just approved by P&Z last week. This is just a little bit closer. It's actually about 1.5 blocks away from me. Again, a 2-story build. So really what it comes down to, I believe, between staff recommendation and what I recommend is really the trusses. Trusses essentially allow us just a little more space upstairs. And quite frankly, with the size of home that I have, this home was moved from Ingersoll to Sherman Hill just about 3 years ago. Competitively, when I go to sell this home, other homes of this size will have 2-story garages. So limiting maybe even that sidewall by 2 feet doesn't seem like a huge deal by staff recommendation. It does for resale. So it would be my request to reconsider staff recommendations and give us the relief for the second story.
Okay. Questions for Brad?
Brad, what are your plans for the second story? Are you going to use it for storage or?
Yes, we're going to finish our basement since it's a new build. Well, we moved it. We had a new foundation, so finishing the basement to allow storage above the garage.
And I heard you say if you were currently a part of the historic area, which you, as of July 15th, I think you are, they would require what you're asking for?
They don't, and the district really allow single-story garages to be built because historically we had carriage homes for the second structure. So it's almost a requirement. So again, kind of see my point as to, I'm here and I respect staff's decision, respect the process. But I think you can kind of understand from my standpoint that really if I was 20 feet away, I would be building this without an issue. And I wouldn't have to do a variance at all. It would just be P&Z and done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate the picture because I thought it was going to be a whole second story, like a 2-story home with a roof on top of it.
Yeah,
So the second story is just covering the pitch of the high roof and the storage area.
It very much resembles a story and a half. It's just the trusses that we use allow a little more clearance in the inside. But from the outside, it looks the exact same.
Okay.
Yeah. Nathan?
Do you know what is the timeline for the historic district to be finalized?
I'd have to chat with them again.
Not that I've worked on that in the past.
Yeah, right. So I know that was a big step. So now Department of Interior gets involved, and
Oh, I see.
So
Okay.
it's kind of
From the city's perspective, they've started it, and then the federal government has to do some sort of analysis. And
that's
okay.
exactly correct. As far as the city is concerned, they've already okayed this to
Yeah.
be amended into the district.
And presumably you're here because you don't want to wait for however long that process is going to take.
Yes, that is correct. It's going to be a long winter from the Farmer's Almanac perspective. I'd rather have my cars covered. So.
All right. Brad, are you going to be decorating your houses for Halloween that you own in Sherman Hill?
Quite possible.
It's good.
Quite possible.
Please do so. It's always fun
Yeah.
to go to Haunting on the Hill.
They just have to twist my arm a little bit, and they usually get it done. So.
All right, cool.
To know that.
Yes. Okay. All right. You can go ahead and sit down. Thank you very much. Anybody here to speak in support of the applicant's request? Seeing none, anybody here to speak in opposition to the applicant's request? Seeing none, do we have further questions for staff? Which, Bert, I would have a brief one. I didn't see anything in here, unless I missed it, about that he can't rent the space out or that he can't use the space for
Right.
a habitable area.
Yeah, good eye. Typically, we do put those two conditions on accessory structures, but in light of the new zoning ordinance that's under
Okay.
consideration right now, the new zoning ordinance is going to allow for the accessory dwelling units in some instances. So
Okay.
we didn't want to tie this person's
Got it.
hand when it could be a permitted use here in 2 or 3 months.
Okay, I'm sure Brad would agree with you on that. Okay, it'll probably just be used for storage, but nonetheless. Okay, thanks, Bert, appreciate it. Okay, anybody else questions? All right, we'll go ahead and close public portion, go to board deliberation. Thoughts?
The picture on it, like I said, for me, it looks totally different than what I had imagined it when I was just figuring this out in my head. And like I said, it looks appropriate, and I know that most of the historic homes did have the two-story because they would have the chauffeur live up there or something, or when they had horses that, you know, jockeys or whatever would live up there. Don't know its exact name, but I think it fits in the area. And the picture that he showed, there's a lot of thought given to it. So I'm inclined to maybe go with the variance, or at least the 1.5 story.
Okay, any other thoughts? If we do look at this, you know, the height of the building really isn't in question. Staff's fine with the height at the exception level. It's that interior headroom space.
Okay.
From their perspective, if it's greater than 6 foot interior, it counts as a story. Now me, I could stand up if it's 6 foot. Bert couldn't. So, so depending on how you want to look at it, you know, the exterior isn't going to change, but that's where you get into the variance angle.
Okay.
I guess from my perspective, I'd be inclined to grant the requested variance and exception here. From the variance test, it meets just about everything on there except for maybe one minor angle. You know, it's not going to be a detriment to the neighborhood. It'll blend in, should generally be an asset, fit in with the general character. So I'd make a motion to grant the requested exceptions and variances. Any other discussion or a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll give that to Cindy.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, if there's no further comments, all those in favor of granting the requested exception and variance, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposition. Okay, motion carries 6-0. Okay, Brad, keep up the good work in the neighborhood, and again, get decorating for Halloween there. Okay.
Mel's gonna
Halloween on the Hill, I think that everybody should come to it. You look it up on the Facebook or the web. It's one of the neatest things that neighborhood's been doing in the last few years. Okay, that brings us into item number 13, if I'm correct, Bert?
Yeah, that is correct. However, I want to jump back
Oh, yes.
to number 17. Turns out the person who said they were in opposition is actually the applicant, so they are in support of it. So it can be approved as a consent item after all,
So, should we do that quickly?
if you'd like, sure.
All right, is there anybody in the audience opposed to item 17? Seeing none, would there be a motion to move item 17 to consent?
I'll make a motion.
Grant it, yeah.
All right, motion by Dave, second by
Me.
Marlis. All right, then, motion to approve the requested appeals. Item 17, raise your right hand, say aye.
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 Motion carries 6-0.
Okay.
All right, so
Yeah.
people who are at 18 or after will be happy, we just did that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so now, again, item 13 is an exception and variance request at 133 Hughes Avenue.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this item was actually continued from last month, so I will keep my presentation fairly brief. This was the one where they had the off-street parking lot that wasn't constructed in accordance with the plan that was approved a few years ago. So they have since submitted a revised sketch that shows some landscaping around the perimeter and also shows that the 11 spaces as proposed would be functional. If you remember last month, we saw some photos where the cars were kind of parked haphazardly throughout the lot, but we've looked at it and determined that if this lot is striped in accordance with the site plan, then the parking spaces would be functional. So we have recommended approval now, subject to a few conditions. And I'll find that quickly. Okay. Yeah, the first condition just so says that the off-street parking lot shall contain at least 9 off-street parking spaces and shall be in compliance with the site plan approved by the Permit Development Center that complies with all landscaping requirements and identifies the turning radii to ensure that all provided parking spaces are functional. And then 2, a 3-foot paving setback shall be provided along the front property line, which shall include multiple plantings to the satisfaction of the planning administrator. So
Okay.
I can go more in depth if you need me to, or if you guys remember it from last month. I'll leave it at that.
Bert, I have a question. This shows 10 or 11 spaces,
Well,
and you're
they
saying
showed
9?
the 11th here.
Okay, so are we looking at 9 or are we looking at 11?
Well, it's kind of leaving that up in the air
Okay,
for them. Like I mentioned in the first condition, they would have to identify the turning radii on the site plan. So if they can adequately prove that all 11 are functional, then the approval would allow them to have 11.
if it's not, then they have to
But
go
if
down
it's
to...
not,
Okay,
then
thank
they
you.
could go down as low as 9 spaces. So.
I was confused.
Good question.
So Bert, from your perspective, the proposal that was submitted, as long as it meets the radii requirements, is what you're,
Right, and this
Have on
sketch
here
is-
for
is
staff
slightly
recommendation.
different than what was presented last month. So.
does the landscaping area constitute a minimum 3-foot
They
setback?
would have to revise this yet again to
Okay.
pull the paving back.
Because they got to follow the complex curve of the sidewalk there to come up with the 3-foot
Right,
throughout.
where the, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see the
Okay.
property line is curved there, so they would have to stay 3 feet back.
So this isn't on consent because what they're proposing or what they'd agree to would be a little different than what you're,
Well, we got a lot of
No,
opposition.
I thought the
we
board
have
might be
opposition.
interested in hearing it, just getting an update on where we landed after the,
We spent so much time last month.
Right.
We might miss it if we.
Yeah.
right, exactly.
okay.
Didn't want you to feel left out.
All righty. All right, anything else for Bert? Okay, thank you. All right, applicant or representative of the applicant, come on down.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Kiker, 4910 Urbandale Avenue. I was the author of the plan, and I think I
Can you move the microphone over toward you? There you go.
sort of bared my soul the last time I was here. We're pretty much in agreement with everything with the exception that we've got to look at the plants on the back of the lot yet. That's a heavily wooded site, and I'll work with our site plan reviewer to determine what he's going to want back there. I believe Bert had asked the owner to verify that we can get the number of cars on the site, and I'm going to let her make a presentation about that.
Okay.
Okay?
Question for you though, sir. If we were to look at granting you some kind of variance and not have plantings on the back, are you going to be able to meet the 3-foot setback and follow the complex curve of the sidewalk?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lorraine Cosmo, 1116 Colt Lane in Norwalk. I'm not quite sure how this works. This kind of shows you the back corner of the curb back here, and this is really our problem area right here, why we couldn't make the parking lot any bigger. Because if you look at this, we have from that corner here to that first tree that's holding our ravine is 2 feet. So we've got about another 3 feet, and then it drops right here at this tree. So, and then this is the west side, which that tan car kind of shows the handicap spot. Then we got a spot there and then another car. And this shows in the back, and as you can see all the trees and stuff that are in the back that encompass the south and the north side of the parking lot. And then this takes you from that corner here, so where my husband's standing here and where I'm standing here, that's 24 feet before that first spot would start, which is plenty of room. I had a video of my daughter backing in and out of there, but it didn't transfer over for some reason, so. And then this just kind of shows here with this plan, how close we are to the ravine, because we're 5 foot here, like I said, 3 foot here, 5 foot here, and 4 foot here before it drops, and that's why we couldn't make that parking lot any bigger than what we poured. So, and we can accommodate the 3 foot, 8 inches actually in the front on each side. But then we took a skid loader out there to try to get back into this area here, and we can't even dig in it with a machine. So to be able to plant something back there is gonna be next to impossible.
So is that kind of your main hang-up so far as we try to merge these issues here is, yeah, we don't want to do plantings back there. As long as it meets the science and the math with the radii, you're okay with that? You're okay with the 3 foot matched setback on the front with plantings? You're
Yep.
okay with that?
Yep,
Okay.
and I think we can easily do 10 spaces in there.
Okay.
And I think depending on how that plantings go on the one side, we can do 11.
Okay.
So,
All right.
and then we've got plenty of off-street parking as well. We have 12 spots in the circle too for everybody to park.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicants?
There was a comment from one of the cards, I'm not sure, neighbor or whomever, about removal of trees. Would you be removing any trees or just?
We can't remove any trees back around that ravine because we're so close, those roots are holding that ravine up.
Okay. And then the other comment was that that I had a question about. Is there an opportunity for driveways for any of the units? Because I can't really recall, but are there duplexes off to the side, and this is what this
There are.
parking is for?
This kind of gives you an idea here. This is back into the circle, so the duplexes sit around that way.
The reason you didn't put driveways in at the time that these were built was because?
I just bought these
Yeah.
2.5 years
Okay.
ago.
Okay.
So I don't know the answer to that question.
Would that wouldn't be allowed today, obviously. So that's how you came up with this little side parking lot for the residents.
And that was there again when I purchased it, so I'm not quite sure how all of that worked out.
they're
There
just
was a gravel
repaving.
lot there.
Yeah, they're paving a lot that it's been in use since these things have been built.
Yeah.
And how many units are there total?
There are 12 units. There's 6 buildings.
Well, they must all have a lot of cars.
Each unit has 1 to 2 cars. It just kind of depends.
They're-
Most of the residents have been there for 10 plus years, at least half of them. So they're used to it, and they know how to work that parking lot better than I do. So
Are these 2-bedroom units?
they are.
Yeah, so, it'd be reasonable to think somebody's got a family, maybe at least 2, if not more people enough to drive, et cetera.
Yeah, and at this time, I would say 6 of the units are probably a retired couple
Okay,
with 1 vehicle. And the handicapped people actually park in front of their unit.
right,
So
okay.
Can you go back to the site plan? That was, I think it's underneath maybe one of the pictures you got on there. So is this your site plan that you submitted?
that is the one that Ed submitted at the last meeting.
Okay. So, I mean, those plantings in there, are they plantings or is it just a reflection of, hey, there's a bunch of trees back there?
That's a good point.
Back here?
Yeah.
That should be a reflection of, there's a bunch of trees
Yeah,
back
okay.
there.
So it's not a requirement from the city to put plantings back there. It's just saying,
Okay,
hey, it's
yeah.
Yeah,
a
this
forest.
That gives you a good idea.
Sure.
That's the back
Okay.
corner right there, and you can see how many trees are back there.
Got it.
We constantly trim.
Yep, great observation. Okay. All right, if there's no other questions for the applicant, you guys can go ahead and sit down. Thank you. Anybody here to speak in support of the applicant? Seeing none, anybody speak in opposition? Seeing none, further questions for staff? Hey, Bert, can you, I think Lynn's got one, and then I'll ask you one too.
Can we make it a condition that the parking spaces are striped so they know where to park?
That's actually going to be a condition of the site plan.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah,
didn't know. if
and
the site-
they were issued a stop work order when staff discovered that the site plan or the parking lot wasn't being constructed in accordance with this approved site plan. So that's why they stopped work on it. They didn't stripe it. It's because
So it goes
they were
without saying there's
instructed to
gonna be
stop working
stripes.
on it. Right.
Thank you.
They'll have to.
So Bert, by general policy, Nathan was thinking something I was as well, if we already have overstory trees bordering something and we don't have anything on the other side of it, then you usually don't have a requirement to do more landscaping, do you?
Right.
No.
As part of their site plan, there will be a minimum number of overstory trees they have to provide, evergreen trees and shrubs, and they're able to count what is already there
Okay.
towards meeting their minimum requirements. So
And even if there's a whole ton of trees on that north side, can there still be a requirement that, yeah, there must be some minimum from the street side, which is what
and that's what
We're really going
condition
to today.
number
2 would
two
be?
was getting at, was that they,
Okay. All right.
even if what they have along the ravine covers them, we still wanted some
Got it.
along
Got it.
Hughes
Okay.
Avenue.
All right. All right. So this, I think, is easier than more difficult to meet in the middle here, hopefully. Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close the public portion, go to board deliberation. What do you guys
Did
think?
was there no one, did I fall asleep when you asked for someone to speak in favor or against?
Oh,
Or did you,
yeah, no, I didn't have any.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Nope.
sorry,
That's okay.
just
It's a lot
really,
of mental
really
work here.
intent on,
Yeah. No, we're
Plantains.
moving right along here. So,
I think they've made their case well, and I'm glad the city worked with them to figure out a solution. I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion by Nathan, second by Marlis. All those in favor, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 6-0. Okay. Ed's forgiven. You guys can get moving and get the rest of those plantings in and keep being a good landlord down there. Okay. That'll move us then to, I believe, item 16. Got a lot of numbers moving around here today. Item 16 is a conditional use permit request at 821 East Euclid.
They have a pretty big stack of cards and emails. Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 16 is a request for a conditional use permit that would allow the former Valero gas station to be converted to a liquor store. The subject property is located on the south side of East Euclid Avenue at the corner of with Wright Street. The subject property contains, as I mentioned, the vacant Valero gas station. They are proposing to fix it up and convert it to a liquor store. Here are a couple drawings that they have submitted. And then this shows the layout of the building. I have a sketch somewhere that shows the I'll find it later, but as you can see from the aerial, the building is located in the southern portion of the property, and then they have the parking lot that is to the north of the building with drive approaches from East Euclid and from Wright Street. Here are some photos. You can see that it does need some upkeep. And then here's the consent map. All of the cards we received were in opposition, and I got quite a few emails in opposition as well. Staff looked at the separation distance requirements, and it does meet the separation requirements. They have to provide at least 500 feet from any church, school, park, or daycare, which they meet that. And then they also have to provide a quarter mile of separation from any other gas stations or limited food sales establishment selling liquor or any other liquor stores. So there is a gas station across the street. However, that gas station does not sell alcoholic liquor, so there's no separation distance required from that. So staff has recommended approval of the conditional use permit based on that analysis of the separation distance requirements. However, we have recommended about 12 conditions. Let me put those up here. None of them are anything the board hasn't seen, so I won't read through them all, but the key is just that they're limited to the existing building, so they can't expand the building or build a new building. And they need to comply with all of the liquor, beer and wine license and permit requirements. So, any other questions? Any questions?
Any concern with hours of operation, or, and I can ask the applicant what those were
No,
proposed?
it's zone C2, which doesn't have
Any of that?
limitations on hours. That is something the
Okay.
board could maybe propose if you feel. But as part of the site plan, they're going to have to screen from the adjoining residential uses. So we felt that the required screening would adequately protect those houses that are in really close proximity to the proposed liquor store.
And Bert, I remember this was in front of us a number of years ago. I don't know who was on the board at the time. I don't know if it was a change in use or ownership. Was that designed so we could allow them to sell some
I
alcohol?
believe it was when the Valero gas station wanted to sell alcohol, they had to come
So
to the
who was
board.
selling gas before Valero then, or what, a person that was not?
Because Valero was probably 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. Okay. And maybe the applicant knows some of that history, we can find out. But I just remember at that time, we had a few questions about that and wanted to make sure we were protective of the residents
Right.
to then allow that use. Okay. All right.
But it's been vacant for,
It's been vacant for more than 6 months, so but they're changing the use from a gas station to a liquor store. So because it's a change in use, they have to comply with all of the site plan requirements, and building codes.
Okay, anything else for Bert? All right, thank you, sir. Bert, before you leave, did you have any way to know pro or con on these? Or
They're all against it.
no, there are two in
Well, actually,
favor.
There's a couple that are
there
for
were
it.
one that said they're in support if there's significant improvements made to the building.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, applicant or representative of the applicant, come on down.
Chairman Pins, members of the board, my name's Lloyd Ogle, attorney for the applicant, 301 East Walnut Street, Des Moines, Iowa. First of all, the property in question is under a purchase agreement. The purchaser ended up seeing as part of that family group that is looking at purchasing this property. You might recall a conditional use permit approved for 28th and Grand several months back. It's that same ownership group, and they plan to invest about $500,000 into the site and brand it as an easy-go like the station at 28th and Grand. Now, what has happened to this property is actually, since there's no longer a gas station there, current zoning on the city will not allow him to put in gas pumps. So we don't have that option. But this is under a purchase agreement with a out-of-state owner. It's conditional upon receiving the full conditional use permit, or we would not proceed with the purchase. I would note that, and maybe I'd submit them, when we first proposed this, there was some chatter on Facebook on the local association page website, and there was commentary both in support and opposition. We printed out for those that were in support, and the initial indication from the board president was that the association would be neutral. We immediately emailed Drew Kelso and asked to meet with him, explain it to him, sent a couple different emails. Never got a response, and so our first inkling that the association would oppose it was when we got the board packet from Bert. And there seems to be some misunderstanding about this site, I think, too, is this is a local owner and who already owns a business in Park Fair Mall, a cellular store. He's very familiar with this area. This family has done their market research. They've believe this will be a very successful business, and they're willing to invest something like $500,000 into it. You've seen the renderings of what they propose to do. We do have some larger blow-ups of those very same renderings if we need to share those. But submit these for the record, Bert. And then, Bert, did the ones that came in today, are those part of the record? Okay. So we fully acknowledge there's some concerns about the site. And Inder's more than willing to meet with the association. You know, my personal thoughts are is a lot of the same comments about the Grand and 28th store are some of the same comments we're receiving now. This is not a business operation that's going to be a nuisance or attract an unhealthy element. We think it's going to provide services people want. We'd also actually comment that while the legal definition is liquor store, it's for all purposes it will be a convenience store. There will be milk and SNAP products and whatnot. So you walk in, it's going to seem like a convenience store, but it will sell beer, wine, and liquor. And given their level of investment, they really have to have that to make something like this go. You know, Inder's again in that neighborhood, cares about the neighborhood. There's some talk about maybe Hy-Vee or someone would come in and take that site, and it's too small a site. You're not going to get a big corporate entity to come in and do something with that site. It's going to be the local entrepreneurs that are going to make something happen, and he's confident that they can make a go of it. With that, we'd entertain any questions.
Questions for Lloyd or his client?
What hours of operation?
Inder?
I mean, that's something that we can, a couple of things that I want to say was, we tried to reach out to the neighborhood association. So I've been there for 5 years as a Metro T-Mobile cell phone store at the Park Fair. So when we did the 28th and Grand location, we had no businesses in that neighborhood. We reached out to them, they were willing to listen. This neighborhood, even though I'm a business owner in that neighborhood, straight out flat no. They did not meet with us, so no dialogue. I mean, something that if I show them, hey, this is what we're trying to do, maybe we can go back and forth and reach an agreement somewhere. So as of right now, the hours, I don't have those set. I mean, this is all trying to see what we come out of here. I mean, I think on some of those Facebook posts, if the neighborhood folks want me to close at 9, I'm fine with it. If they want me to close at 10, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I have some questions for you. A lot of people in the neighborhood are concerned about you just putting a liquor store as it is, but you're intending to make some improvements to the building.
Exactly.
Can you say what some of those improvements are going to be and what you're going to do to prevent people from hanging out there and drinking and urinating and just kind of being an eyesore or a bad place for people to hang out? You want it to be at a place where you attract professionals to buy their liquor?
So a couple of things we were doing when we did these renderings is we're going to remodel the complete outside. The entire driveway, everything is going to be completely newly done. Inside's going to be gutted, just like the 28th and Grand. It was just an old, I think, a car shop that we completely renovated. So we're going to put some money into it. So it's not going to be what you see today. I mean, it's going to be completely done. We still got to get architects in there. We're going to have to submit these plans to the city. City has to approve it, give us an occupancy license, and then kind of move forward. Okay. But one of those things is, because I'm not the owner of this place right now, this is all contingent upon what we kind of decide here today.
Well, that's a wise move, having my past in real estate to get done before you buy the property.
Yes.
And I'm glad you did that. One other question is you've owned similar businesses in the past. Has your record been pretty clean about selling to underage people?
So a couple of things. I mean, the Grand Avenue, we've been there for 2 years now. No issue. We have agreements with the neighborhoods. It's not even one neighborhood in that area. There was 3 of them because we did not actually fall within one neighborhood. So we talked to all 3 of them. We reached agreements, 2 years, clean record.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And it's, I think, Lloyd, you said this earlier, but it's a C store that sells liquor, right? Like it's got other products and...
Yes, it's not going to be liquor wall to wall.
Right.
It's just the way this is just written.
Right, because
just, yeah.
I would come in, and I don't know, we don't have that CUP in front of us for the 28th and Grand, but, all the conditions that were put on that store, we have no problem with. And those are things like, don't have outlets available outside the store where people can come in and plug in their cell phones and sit down and drink their beer or whatever. Sign an agreement with the local police that allows them to come on the site even when no one's there and arrest people for trespassing if there's trespassing. At the Grand 28th store, the concern was that homeless encampments down by the river that would be accessible and people would come up here. That has simply not come to fruition at that site. And I think these stores, new, they're brightly lit. The manager is accessible 24/7. Aren't the kind of stores that are going to have those types of problems. I mean, they're going to invest a lot of money in the site. They got to protect their investment, and obviously, creating nuisances, creating problems in the neighborhood certainly isn't going to run counter with how they run their businesses.
Couple related questions here. Lloyd had mentioned that 28th and Grand location, which I think used to be Phillips 66, if I remember right, days gone by. I think that one of the conditions we had there specifically to allow the sale of the alcohol there was that there'd be no visible signage like, Coors Light neon signs in the window or 12-pack special pasted up in the window. We were being pretty restrictive there. Now, Lloyd mentioned, hey, if you want to do the conditions we had there, that's fine. If we were to look at something like that, would you be opposed to that?
No, we'll be fine.
I think the restrictions were no more than one sign of 2 by 3 feet that indicated beer, liquor.
Okay. I'd have to remember, but yeah, okay.
And I think there were limitations on the hours of operations. I think it was more like midnight on weekends and I can't remember 11 on weekdays.
Yeah. And related to this, if we were inclined to approve this, you've got that nice facade. Now, we've had cases before, not even related to liquor stores, where people say, yeah, I want to do this business, and I'll fix up the front, and I'll put in all this landscaping, and we give them the approval, and they get going with their business, and then we're chasing them 2-3 years later with enforcement to do their facade improvement. So if we had a specific condition that says, before opening, you must have the facade generally look like what you've presented today, at a minimum, or must meet current, guidelines, but at a minimum needs to look like that. Are you okay with that?
We're absolutely okay with that. We'd also emphasize, because the site's been vacant for more than 6 months, that the most current updated building codes are going to be enforced for that site.
Yeah, and and your design might still be nicer than even the building code, which there's a lot of detail to it now for how it's got to look, But if we were inclined to approve this, I'd want it to look like what you're talking about, is what I'm getting at.
Completely agree that the site would need to conform to the conceptual renderings that we submitted today.
And as I know Lloyd and I have had this back and forth, and you've represented other similar clients, if we are inclined to grant this, it's still called a conditional use. It's not like, yep, you're approved and away you go. If there's a problem, and zoning enforcement brings it back because the neighbors have, valid concerns that this is disrupting the whole darn neighborhood, we could take away your conditional use permit. Now you've lost out on $500,000. So as long as you understand, it's like getting a driver's license with your first new car, as a kid, or used one for me, that, hey, don't crash the car now that you got the license. So you kind of understand that, right? That you'll have to walk the walk here. Okay.
I've got one more question
yes,
after reading the emails. After reading the emails, people are concerned that the owner is in Chicago. But is that the current owner of record that you're purchasing the property for and that you live here in Des Moines?
Correct. We have a purchase agreement with the owner in Chicago, conditioned on the CUP.
So that was some information that these people that object to it didn't know?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Indra Dillon, 8210 Dennis, Urbandale.
Okay. Now it's a matter of record.
If you need to spell it for him or something, you can talk to, you got it there, on the record. We'll see where our discussion goes, but I don't like to rope people in too tight, but if we had like a limitation no later than 11 p.m. on any one night of the week, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, anybody here to speak in support of the applicant? Support always comes first. Okay, seeing none, anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay, come on down.
Hi, my name's Adam Perillo. I live at 3408 3rd Street in Highland Park Neighborhood District. My family's owned the home for over 72 plus years. I took it over from my grandparents. My uncle just lives down the street from the proposed site. He's been there for, well, that's been in the family for over 80 years. Took it over from my great-grandparents. I am involved in the neighborhood association. I actually talk to Drew, who they mention quite often. And the first statement I'd like to make is I'll have to respectfully disagree that they reached out proactively to the neighborhood association or the neighborhood in general. I did just quickly had an exchange of messages with Drew. He did respond to emails. In fact, there were some text messages. He asked what would be the benefit of having a liquor store in the area, because there is a saturation of places to consume alcohol and also purchase alcohol. Granted, the gas station across the street doesn't sell it, but we have gas stations just down the street that does. We have gas stations up the street. We have Fairway. We have plenty of places in the area to get alcohol if needed. I live very closely to the tobacco outlet on the corner of 4th and Euclid. As far as saying that they can guarantee there won't be any transients or undesirables hanging out, that's impossible. You can't guarantee that. I often witness homeless using the back end of the tobacco outlet as a bathroom, which face the neighborhood and the residents there. Very often there's fights outside.
Now, is that at a different location?
It's a
than
different,
what
it
you're
would be 4th and
discussing?
Euclid. So what I'm saying is that I'm sure they guaranteed at one time they wouldn't have those problems. It's just not a guarantee they can make. We are an active neighborhood association, and we are trying to better that neighborhood, the neighborhood that we live in. I mean, we're kind of teetering, right? We all know the area. Having a saturation of these type of businesses is not going to help us. It's not going to help our property values. It's not going to help the desire to move in. It is good to hear that he is a local business owner, and I appreciate that. And we're all for entrepreneurs. Maybe a drive-through coffee shop. Why not that? Why alcohol? How many of the shelves going to have alcohol on it? Are you just going to have one stand of bread and Snickers? You know, these are all questions we need to know. Questions of hours and things like that. All concerns for us as a neighborhood in residents there. Is there support? Yeah, because people don't want to see vacant lots. But for me, I'd rather give it a little more time. As we are working on the neighborhood, we're building an amphitheater. We're putting parking back on Euclid. We've been working with the city council very closely. We put in parks and celebrate the parks event that we have on. Again, we reach out to all the businesses when we do celebrate the parks. So everyone, all business owners in the area has an opportunity to be a part of that. I've never met him, so that says something. But you know, we had the example of Sherman Hill and how great the Halloween thing are. We're trying to build things like that into the neighborhood and bring this and show that a mature neighborhood like Highland Park and Oak Park can be brought back to a standard that it once was. So I appreciate your time. If you have any questions,
I have a quick question for you.
Absolutely.
When you see these things happening at the tobacco hut, do you report them to the owner of the building, or do you report it to the zoning officer, or what have you done?
If I knew who the owner was, I would. But I do contact local law enforcement.
Okay.
There's not much they can do.
Okay.
Yeah, they'd have to, quote, catch them in the act, I think.
Okay, so you don't know, so the business owner doesn't even know what's going on, probably. Big corporation.
Yeah, I think it is. So, I mean, it's, you know.
So there's a difference there, too.
Right. There is slightly a difference there. Absolutely. I guess I would also ask the question to the new owner. He mentioned he lives in Urbandale and not in the area. If he had the number of bars and places to obtain alcohol in his area, would he be okay with a liquor store, you know, 10 feet from his backyard? You know, these are,
I hear you.
You know, so, and especially with the work we're really trying to do, and we're working with the city to do a lot of things, and we have a lot of great things on the horizon. And again, we're not against businesses. It's just, we don't see the benefit of another place to purchase liquor in the area. there's so many other things that can go there. Yeah, fine. Hy-Vee's not going to buy the lot. That's great. We get it. But a coffee shop, I mean, that's plausible. Why not? Scooters. I mean, there's
The
plenty
thing
of
people
places.
object to is on the coffee shop is they're objecting to more traffic, and a coffee shop's going to bring way more traffic than a liquor store. I look at Starbucks any day.
Sure.
So anyway,
No, I understand that. It's just, but it's different clientele as well and different hours of operation.
okay.
So Adam, just a couple comments and a question. First of all, I want to thank you for your involvement in your neighborhood association. I've been involved in president of my neighborhood in the South Side for 14 years. Sometimes I wonder why I continue to do that. But I continue to do it because it's the right thing to do, and it's a good thing to do. So I appreciate what you guys are doing in your area of the city as well. But there's a couple of things I always have to balance myself. And when we talk about uses, this kind of use is allowed in the C2 district.
It is.
This type of use is allowed according to the zoning ordinance, as long as there's appropriate separation distance from other existing uses. And then, of course, with this conditional use. The reason there's a conditional use permit is so we always have a little bit of a bellwether test to make sure it's gonna fit the general character. And like I told Lloyd, that then if there are problems, again, if we giveth, we can take away. So if there would be problems at any existing tavern in your neighborhood, any existing alcohol liquor sales, they all have conditional use permits. They could get drugged right back in front of us. But we have to be careful to just say, well, we have too many of this, we have too much saturation, we have too much density, because the zoning ordinance doesn't strictly work on that. If somebody wanted to have 20 car washes on Euclid, as long as it was in the zoning district, I think they could do that. I understand what you're saying about alcohol liquor uses, but I also want to be careful not to paint everybody with the same broad brush. Concerns you have at a different location many blocks away are concerns that would be for that location. I don't think we can always bootstrap this stuff together. But to bring it around here, we've got somebody wanting to spend $500,000, fix the facade, comply with every requirement to do this, and I know you discussed scooters or somebody else, then why aren't they here? Why isn't somebody else wanting to bring a crappy looking site up to meet current site plan codes, which requires landscaping and setbacks and putting a facade on it?
Sure.
I would encourage, if we were inclined to grant this, watch them like a hawk. But, I usually don't want to just go out with the first date that comes along. But when that's been sitting there that long and you've got somebody that wants to do this, I think, the right way, maybe this is the time to find the right way to do it. So I just like to get your feedback just as a little counterpoint there.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments and all great points. They really are. It's a tough thing to do, right? I get putting the money in the investments, but it's tough for that area. And in that area, it's teetering. It can go one way or another. And I just don't see that this is the positive way that we're trying to take the area.
I think that's totally fair, and
I totally respect your time and your opinion. I get that it's totally legal within the codes, and trust me, the association will be watching them like a hawk.
Right.
If it does pass. So not a threat or anything. I'm not trying to threat. I'm just saying we do care, and we are trying to clean up the neighborhood. So I appreciate your time. I really do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Anybody else here to speak in opposition?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one thing. You said that he came and he's willing to invest. Then I asked why he didn't approach the neighborhood association sooner to really work with us. He says he has, but being involved, I know that's not true.
And that's one of those things that the board can't mediate per se. Until the agenda comes out a week before. I don't know.
Totally understand.
But
It doesn't mean you can't work together after.
No, and absolutely, and we definitely
So
want to
now
keep
you
those
know each
communications
other.
open.
I'm not just, I live within walking distance of this place, so I'm very familiar.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you again, Adam. Anybody else here to speak in opposition? Seeing none, hang on a second. Any further questions for staff? We got anything for Bert? Okay.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, Bert, come on up.
A question, we're talking about liquor stores that their gas stations can sell liquor. But those stores, from what I understand, can sell beer and wine, but a liquor store can sell hard liquor like whiskey and vodka and stuff. So it's kind of a different level of liquor. If I wanted to go get another bottle of Southern Comfort, I can't go to the gas station and get it,
Well,
correct?
gas stations can get a conditional use permit to sell alcoholic liquor. Gas stations don't need a conditional use permit to just sell beer and wine. But if they were to add alcoholic liquor, they would have to come to this board.
So just assume because they're selling beer and everything doesn't mean they're selling the other
Right.
things. So
So-
do we know how many others actually sell hard liquor? Because I thought when we talked this before.
The Quick Trip at the corner of East 14th and East Euclid does sell liquor, but they're
Okay.
more than a fourth mile away
Okay.
from the site. So say the Get and Go would want, if the board approves this conditional use permit today, say next week Get and Go would want to add alcoholic liquor, then they would not meet the separation distance requirement since this business,
So that would mean if
has-
Get and Go wanted to sell beer, they couldn't.
if the Get and Go wanted to sell alcoholic liquor,
Okay,
they would need a variance to
Okay.
the separation
so
distance
we're okay.
requirement.
Thank you,
Yeah.
helping me.
Okay. I think, Bert, to help educate the board, we should have a way to have a workshop to
Yeah.
determine what is alcohol, what's beer and wine, and what's alcoholic liquor.
Pretty much if it's not beer or wine, it's liquor.
Right.
St. Patty's is
It'd have to be off-city premises to do that. Okay. All right, any other questions for Bert? If none, Lloyd, we'll go back to you for some rebuttal. You got up to 3 minutes for any closing.
Just very quickly, we'd note that, and the staff has been very good, as they've been doing these conditional use permits over time, they keep tacking on more and more restrictions on these things. For example, the issue of the hard liquor, under this conditional use permit proposal, has to be either in an enclosed case or behind the counter, not directly accessible but to anyone but the employees. So there are more protections, I think, now in conditional use permits that allow sale of liquor than maybe you saw a few years ago. We'd also say, really, I mean, our disappointment was simply not being able to meet with the association before they made their decision. We are actively dialoguing with them. In fact, we're meeting with their steering committee, with Drew and their steering committee this coming Tuesday. And again, we intend to be good neighbors, and we want good relationships with our neighborhood associations.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberation.
Okay, I'll make some comments because I do live in the area and.
Lead us off.
Seen all that, but I'm also working on what's best for the city and bringing in, dollars and revenue and appeals. I believe that this place, from looking at it and with being a new owner and from his past places he's done, that it will be not a ma-pa run liquor store. It's going to be a nice establishment. It's not going to attract the people who want to drink their beer out of a paper bag. And we do have neighbors that I will encourage them, if I hear this type of thing on my neighborhood app, that they go and report it to the appropriate places. It'll get taken care of. And it takes a two-way street there. The area I don't think is teetering. I mean, I've sold real estate for 3 years. I just recently retired. I think it's on the uptake. People are liking the area. Home prices are increasing. And having ownership in the area is good. Having a business that wants to invest $500,000 in the area is better than having it sit vacant, or maybe somebody who's trying out a business for the first time and is on a really tight budget and can't do much with the building. So unless there's further discussion, I am going to vote that we allow this. We can have discussion on hours. I think that would be appropriate that we close at 11. I don't think there's any reason to be out after 11 o'clock at night, but we meet all the barriers for schools and everything else. So I'm going to vote it with limiting the hours to 11 o'clock at night.
So would that be a motion?
It is.
Okay. Any other further discussion?
I do have a question.
Yes.
Is there some way we can add the same requirements that we used at 28th and Grand?
I think, to be careful here, with a friendly amendment, we can address some of those, but unless we have all those requirements in front of us, I actually believe Bert has 99% of the requirements the same.
I think most of them are written down, like the trash is going to be removed on a daily basis, it says in here.
That's all in there.
It's all in the staff
I do remember
reports.
there were 3 that were added to that one that were fairly unique. One was no access to outlets on the exterior of the building. I don't remember what the other 2 were, but I remember there were 3 that the neighborhood had proposed.
One
The signage?
One was like no more than about a 2x3 sign in any one window pane or something like that, or section. I'll go ahead and grant Lloyd a little latitude here to maybe explain that. Because I don't think Bert has that directly on him.
I think the other ones was the requirement that they sign an agreement with the police that allows them to enforce trespassing laws in the absence of the owner being there. There's a limitation of advertising for liquor, no more than one sign of no more than 2 by 3 feet. And the no outlets outside the store. And then you've mentioned the additional one of closing no later than 11 p.m.
Right. Okay. All right. So we can have some further discussion, but to see if we can form an idea here, since you had a motion to approve.
And with adding the amendment, they close at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, and I'll.
Mr. Chair, can you, since it's 24 hours by right in C2, you're closing it at 11, but we also need, okay, then
An opening time?
when can you open?
Then what time would it open? Right. From the audience, like no earlier than 7, 8 a.m. 8. Okay.
For liquor store, it's
All right.
appropriate.
It's a convenience store. It's not a liquor store.
No, it's a liquor store.
Well, it's
they're
being
gonna
permitted.
sell liquor.
Yeah, but that's how it's being permitted, and that's
Yeah.
how we should assume it is. I don't want to get into how many bananas they're going to have
Well,
on
no,
sale.
I know, but it's not a
I
liquor
missed
store.
that. That was
Yeah,
liquor store.
so I'll give a friendly second amendment, and then before we vote, if there's any final clarification needed, that amendment, the second with an amendment would be yes, open, closes by 11 p.m. on any given day of the week, opens no earlier than 8 a.m. the next given day. Then I'd add, so that'd be item 13, and item 14 would be the renovation of the building structure and facades shall look generally in conformance with what the applicant presented in their graphics design profile. At a minimum, if there's further city requirements that are more restrictive on how that looks, those shall take precedence. No single advertising sign shall be larger than 2 by 3. And I'm just going to go ahead and take it further within any given window pane. I don't want to have you have 6, 7, 8 2 by 3 signs and you've papered the whole inside of your window. So depending on how big your windows are, it's going to be no more than 2 by 3 in any given window.
Are you talking about advertising for liquor?
For alcohol.
Alcohol.
Yeah, for alcohol of any type. No outlets on the exterior of the building that are generally accessible. If you've got locking covers or something, that's fine. Agreement with the police department as appropriate for enforcement as needed in contact with management individuals. If that's clear enough for the record, Judy, I'm going to make you work.
Can do.
Okay, all right. And that's why we review the decision and orders before I sign it to make sure that it generally reflects the intent of the board. So if there's any other discussion on that, we can have it. If not, we'll go to a vote. Okay, all those in favor of granting the conditional use permit request subject to the amendments added, please raise your right hand, say aye.
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 Okay, motion carries 6-0. Adam, I want to thank you for coming down. I want everybody to put their best foot forward, and I'm confident that that's what you guys will do. Okay, that'll bring us then to item number 18. And that is a special permit and variance at 7001 Southeast 5th Street down near Southridge Mall for the Southridge Apartment Partners.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is a part of it's actually a property that's part of the Southridge Mall complex. It's actually in the C4 zoned area that was originally zoned with the development of the mall. This aerial is a little out of date because now there's a number of buildings that are constructed on it. I'll give you some photos here in a second. But, I think the city's been pleased to have new housing development in support of the DMAC occupation of the campus, as well as serving the neighborhood around there too. So what's being asked here is to allow 2 banner signs that would be mounted on the buildings, and then 2 of the kind of what I call the flags, or you might recall these were granted for the Principal Park, that they would stick them up on game day, the little poles that get put into the ground with a, I wouldn't even call it a banner, but kind of a flag, but it's long type thing. They didn't get, I don't think I have an
Like a
example of
vertical
it.
banner, like a feather?
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. So they want a couple of those to be able to be put out. They're asking for a calendar year. The intent of the ordinance is that they would be allowed 2 30-day periods could be granted as a special permit by the board. To go beyond that would be a variance of that provision. And that would trigger meeting the variance test to go beyond that. They could, it's been interpreted that they could have 2 consecutive 60-day or 2 consecutive 30s to make it a 60-day window without the variance. So from staff's perspective, we believe that's completely appropriate, and that, you know, that's the intent of the code, is to allow new businesses and new apartment complexes, as an example, to have that opportunity to announce that they've opened and they're open for leasing. And but once that period's ended, it's really the intent of the code to bring that signage down, and that they may still be actively leasing, but over time, the types of signage that are used, like banner signs, get to be a little ragged and they don't get maintained. So I think the intent of the code is to put the burden on the appellant to say, why do we need to go beyond the 60 days? At this point, staff was not seeing anything compelling that was an unnecessary hardship. So we're recommending in favor of the special permit that would allow up to the 2 30-day periods, and then but denial of the variance. This is they've given us the views looking east, so it kind of sits down from Southeast 5th Street, which is across from the Somerset neighborhood to the west. And then as you go a little bit north looking east, you can now see the buildings, and then the mall would be, buildings would be to the left. This is an example of how that would be placed. I think they're really trying to get exposure to the mall, people frequenting the mall, as well as getting exposure to Southeast 5th. So, and again, staff thinks that's completely appropriate for what they're trying to do with the signage. We just can't find that they meet the test to allow it for that long. So, we got one comment card in favor.
From the neighborhood. I'm the president of the local neighborhood. I would have rather heard the case and seen the evidence before my neighborhood made any decision, because we weren't contacted directly by anybody for this. We just got the card in the mail. And that's fine. Nobody has to. So that view you've got, that is the view from a single-family residential neighborhood looking across the street to Southridge. So there's houses, that's the stop sign. There's a house to the left and a house to the right, 25-year-old construction. This is what the neighbors see on a daily basis. They see the pine trees, monument sign from the neighborhood. I'm the president of the local neighborhood. I would have rather heard the case and seen the evidence before my neighborhood made any decision, because we weren't contacted directly by anybody for this. We just got the card in the mail. And that's fine. Nobody has to. So that view you've got, that is the view from a single-family residential neighborhood looking across the street to Southridge. So there's houses, that's the stop sign. There's a house to the left and a house to the right, 25-year-old construction. This is what the neighbors see on a daily basis. They see the pine trees, monument sign entrance to Southridge, that's it. So with what they're proposing for up to a year, then they would see feather vertical banner signs at that location.
Yeah, and you might ask them exactly, they didn't
Sure,
give us a
and I
sketch of
certainly
where
will.
they're placing them exactly.
Okay.
But
Now, your other view, flip to the next driveway picture that you had. This is the entrance exit to Fort Des Moines County Park. So behind you is the entrance to Southridge, that's it. So with what they're proposing for up to a year, then they would see feather vertical banner signs at that
yeah,
location.
and you might ask them exactly, they didn't
Sure,
give us
and
a
I
sketch of
certainly
where
will.
they're placing them exactly.
Okay.
But
Now, your other view, flip to the next driveway picture that you had. This is the entrance exit to Fort Des Moines County Park. So behind you is a beautiful county park. You know, you can't tell because, again, you're looking across the street to where the end, Fort Des Moines County Park. And there's like a 12-acre lake there for fishing and hiking and stuff like that. All right, well, I'll ask the applicant a little more about where the signs would be placed because I'm going to find that extremely important to this discussion.
And this is separate from, is this the signage that they're proposing for the building as well?
The building was like a banner type.
They're not going to have like a permanent kind of normal?
They're gonna get regular signs that they would earn, like monument type
Okay.
freestanding signs or building mounted.
Okay, that's all
Sign area
separate.
that would be permanent signs installed with a permit.
And monument sign on the road.
That,
They want it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right, applicant or representative of the applicant, it's your turn. Thank you for your patience and waiting today, and welcome.
Hi, I'm Kathy Everett. I'm with Sinorama, Ankeny, 1450 Northeast 69th Street in Ankeny. I'm representing Flats on Fifth, the Southridge apartment complex, as their sign company. Just a couple of comments. So the request was to attach the banners to two separate buildings. There are 10 apartment buildings as well as a clubhouse being developed in this site. And then two tall feather flags, as you will, with the wording just saying now leasing. And those would be placed along Southeast Fifth Street near the entrance or farther north on Southeast Fifth Street was the proposal. The one photo, where does this get placed? Here? Okay. The only visibility from Southeast Fifth Street is on the third story of a couple of this building, actually only. And that is building 7105. 7105 and 7113, as well as the clubhouse here, are completed and ready for occupancy. The other buildings are still under construction. And so the request of my customer was to put a banner on 7105, so there would be some visibility from the mall as well as some visibility from Southeast Fifth Street, and then a banner on 7145 way over on the east end to have some visibility on the third story from Southeast 14th Street. That building is not going to be done until January. So we thank the recommendation from the staff, but the two 30-day time periods won't work in this case. And so I don't know if there's a way to compromise and consider the two 30-day periods this calendar year and another two 30-day period for next calendar year or somewhere in between. But that's kind of the dilemma. All these buildings aren't done at once. And so there's two buildings completed. Other buildings are going to come online. 7145 is not going to be completed until January. And then
Which would give you another opportunity to do your second 30 days then.
Pardon?
You would have another opportunity to do the second 30 days then, right? You could do 30 days now, then do 30 days then. I guess I don't understand how this is like a special situation at all.
So if you consider each building to be separate,
But it's the property,
it's the whole
isn't it?
complex that.
Yeah.
I
Right,
thought
so they,
Regulations apply to the parcel, not to individual buildings, correct?
right, but they're by right, or not by right, but if we grant this, they get two 30-day segments. Eric said they could do them or like back to back, but they don't have to. They can do 30 days when they open 7105, and then in January they could do 30 days when they open 7145. That seems like par for the course. I guess I don't understand why there's going to be other signage on these units.
But none of that
Right.
is visible from the street. So
You could have a monument sign,
And it's not visible from the street. It's down this driveway right here.
but okay.
Could have.
You
Probably not. There's a reason it's down there, but It's,
No,
it's part of the entrance.
well, you can
and
put
don't
a
see it.
tall monument sign. Well, anyways,
Yeah.
okay.
The signs are up,
I'm-
the permanent signs are up. There's a monument sign here, and there's a blade sign on 7113.
I mean-
And none of those are visible from the street.
Okay.
So Kathy, a question for you. You mentioned visibility from Southeast 14th for a sign. You're talking a blade?
A banner,
A
a
banner
banner.
sign,
This-
which would be on 7145?
Just like this one.
I don't care how big your sign is, and even if I'd like to let you have it there permanently, nobody's going to see that from Southeast 14th. That's Highway 65, 69. They'd have to see through the movie theaters and a quarter mile of ground.
Well,
unless
next
somebody's
time
an
you're on it,
F-18
I'd just
fighter
encourage you
pilot,
to
they ain't
take
gonna
a
be able
look.
to read
It's-
that.
It's one area that has some third-story visibility, so.
Sure. But there's no need for me to argue on your behalf, but again, I kind of think the sign would be irrelevant. What I would be concerned about is, do you want to have a blade feather sign over on the east end of South Ridge off-site to advertise your location? You're not asking for that?
No.
No,
No.
okay.
Southeast Fifth Street for those feather flags.
Okay. So, as I'm sure you are aware, if you stand there where Burnham connects the east end of the Somerset neighborhood, you look across the street, there's two nice single-family houses there. That's basically
Right.
the welcome to our entire neighborhood.
Right.
So what you're talking about is having signs how tall there that would be motion in the wind for a long time, a
Those
year?
are 13 or 15-foot feather
13,
flags.
15 foot tall, and you want to have them up for a year, is your proposal?
Was the proposal, yes.
Okay, okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, you can sit down for a minute, Kathy. We'll check back with you. Anybody here to speak in support of the applicant's request? Seeing none, anybody here to speak in opposition to the applicant's request? Okay, seeing none, any further questions for staff? Okay, well, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation. This can either be simple in one or two ways, it can be difficult in one or two ways.
Well, you probably could figure out which way I'm leaning here. Or I'm not leaning. I don't think they've met the variance test at all. So, and it's hard as it is to meet the variance test, but I think for signage in particular, it's next to impossible, because one of the criteria is that the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return from any use permitted by the regulations of the district in which the land is located. And you have to show proof that the owner has been deprived of all beneficial or productive use of the land in question, not just that the land has been depreciated. The existence or non-existence of a sign basically never hits that, or very close to never, at least my read of the law. So I think staff's recommendations are fine. I think they can have the special event banners, 2 30-day periods, just like is the law, the code envisions, and denial of the variance.
I agree with you on that. I mean, with the monument sign being where it is, that's where they decide to place it. It's, not the city's fault that they put it far away from the street. They think they would have put it closer so it could serve its purpose. So I am absolutely with you as I see there's no deprivation of any value. And the purpose of having signs up for a whole year, the people driving by them are going to be just come immune to it. And they're just going to get irritated by seeing them all day, every day. So.
Cool. I might just throw in, again, I walk down here probably twice a week when I walk into the park, and I probably drive by this, 4 or 5 times a week. We do as much business as we can down there. My neighborhood supported the TWG project from square one in every aspect that they needed. I'd probably be a little nicer than you guys, but what I really am concerned about is having these, which I think they're abhorrent, are these feather blade 13-foot flap in the breeze banner signs, especially across the street from a single-family residential neighborhood that people would look at for up to a year. I'd be inclined to let them have no more than 60 days on those feather signs. If they want to have signs on the building a little longer, I'm not opposed to that, because I firmly believe nobody's going to see them from Southeast 14th or Southeast 5th anyway. You'd have to be on the property to see them. But if you guys have a motion, you can see how that goes first.
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, so we got a motion, and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
One, two, three, four, five. Okay, I thought I was going to be the meanie here, so I'm just going to vote no. So you'll have to stick to the requirements in the law. The code's there for a reason, but you have a quality product here, and I think with good marketing, you're going to fill these units up because we wanted a quality development, and that's what this is. So I wish you and your client well with getting those filled up so you won't have to worry about your signs. Thank you for coming in today. Item 19. What do we got here? All right. What's our address on this one? Eric, I'll let you lead off.
4600 Fleur.
All right, there we go.
So the subject property, again, the aerial's a little dated, but that was the Burger King that's there on the eastern edge of the property is now in full swing and open for business, and that site has all the pavement that would go with that. The focus is actually in the back where they want to reuse the car wash building for mini warehousing. This challenge from their perspective is they're not wanting to the required fenced compound for mini warehouse as it's defined for C2. And I think their argument is that that just is not very convenient, both to maneuver into they're wanting to use the existing bays as the storage units, and if you fence anywhere that's out of the way of the drive aisles for the restaurant, then you're probably interfering or making it inconvenient to access the units. So staff understands there's a challenge in that. However, the site has a viable principal use of it being a drive-through restaurant. So if they were retaining this building for that purpose, I think we're okay with that. We're comfortable with reusing buildings. They would have had the opportunity to access from the opposite side and provide a fenced area that wouldn't have interfered. I know that would have cost more money, but the hardship test doesn't necessarily mean it may cost more money. It means that they don't have any other viable or feasible use of the property, which is already in use. So staff could not support the variance in this case. Is there any questions? I think we got some cards, one from the neighborhood association and then a couple from the north in favor. I'll give you, this is the actual layout of the so they have a separate drive around for the through circulation, and then the drive-through traffic comes in a little tighter through this area. They would bring that building up to the car wash building up to date with doors that would maneuver onto that.
Eric, I might be a little bit confused on this, but currently there's car wash bays there and they want to change them to self-storage units, but they can't because of some fencing?
So in C2, mini warehouse is required to be secured in a fenced compound.
A fence all around it.
And I think that original intent of that provision is that people frequenting their units have a sense of security, if not actual security, from when they go to open their, there's one more line of defense, so to speak, if they're, opening their unit and exposing their valuable property. I think that's part of the intent of that provision.
Is there an opportunity for them to get a fence around this? Or is that impossible?
Well, I think there's an opportunity to do that. My sense is that they don't want to do that because it would possibly interfere with their circulation of their site for the main principal use, which is the restaurant. And if you put it too tight to the building, it becomes challenging to access with a vehicle or, at that point, they'd have to, I don't know if they could do a sliding gate possibly, or, there's maybe some solutions that aren't quite as desirable for convenient access, but, so I understand why they're asking for it.
But it's not being used as a car wash now.
No, it's been vacant.
That's what I
since
thought.
it's left over from, they tore down another store in front
The
of this.
Vickers,
Yeah.
I think, was there. Well, going way back, yeah. Gas station, convenience store.
And
How close
what
would
are
the sign
the,
have to be to the
The
building?
Vickers.
something,
Yeah.
what are the hours of the Burger King that's there? Is it 24
Well,
hours?
they could have it, I don't know if it's 24 hours, but they could, it's the zoning that would allow it to be open 24 hours. I think they probably have longer hours if they don't have 24 hours because it is near the airport. And
Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to.
that'd be a good question for the appellant. But
What you're saying, there's enough site activity that.
Well, yeah, I could almost see where that would help with security.
Yeah, there's enough
I was
throughput.
just curious
Yeah.
about the hours.
Where does where does the fence have to be located? Is it within?
it doesn't specify, it just indicates that it has to be a
Secured.
fenced compound, right? So if you look at the applicable requirements at the beginning of the controlled access and fenced compound.
Eric,
So-
But the fence has to
sorry.
be functional to the access to the doors of the building.
Sure,
And every one I've seen is you drive inside.
yes.
So I don't know, how long is the front of that building? Is each one of those bays
Yeah. So it
15
wouldn't
feet
fit.
wide?
It wouldn't fit.
Yeah, I bet it's maybe a 70 feet long, I think the
I
dimension.
mean, that'd be
on it.
ridiculous to ask them to have a 70-foot gate
Yep.
to access the front of the building.
It-
Is there a problem getting fire
93
trucks in and out of there and stuff if there's a fence?
Well, that's what I indicated, is that if you put that fence too tightly, it would be a big challenge to get a vehicle in there, maneuver a vehicle in there to access your unit. You could certainly walk to it.
So that could be the hardship that they're
Well,
looking
that's a
for.
practical difficulty, but it's not depriving them of any use of the property. That's yeah.
But what you're saying is nice try, but you're gonna have to find something else to put in there.
Well,
I'm not picking
staff
on you,
is-
I'm just saying that's
no,
what the city's
staff
saying.
is saying if this was the only use, I think they would be able to do it. They could put more units on the property, and I appreciate that they're trying to retain and save an existing building and make it a viable income producing part of their property. So I appreciate all that. I'm just trying to apply the standard. So
Right.
Eric, there's no mention of any signage to be on the building or requests for signage on the frontage on Fleur.
So they would earn the site would still only earn the one freestanding sign, so they could certainly share it amongst two different
Okay.
occupants, if they had a different brand for the
Okay.
storage. I don't know if they're trying to market this to the general public or if they've got kind of captive tenants perhaps.
It said in your brief that it was infrequent use, so, whoever the
that's
clients
what they
are.
indicated in their
They'd probably be long-term
appeal.
clients, long-term storage, okay.
Right.
But potentially, they could have a sign on the
Yeah, and they would
building
earn
itself.
a building area, based on the amount of frontage.
Even though it's a, quote, secondary use to the primary use, they.
Yeah,
they
so
would earn
each
some.
building, like
Each
on a
building.
commercial site, would earn
Yes,
their
got it.
own wall-mounted signage.
Okay.
Is there any allowance for them to store anything outside?
No, so in C2, they can only merchandise outside, so they could put things outside
So
for
if this
sale.
was gonna be for off-season for boats, they'd have to be inside, they couldn't be outside.
Yeah, so normally we see that kind of storage going on in M1 zones.
But this could be something that would be applicable to that.
Yeah, so if they
we were to
zoned it to
grant that.
M1, they would actually kind of go under another use. They could be under general warehouse or.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Eric? All right, thank you, sir. Okay, applicant, come on down.
Hello.
Howdy.
My name is Juan Hernandez. My address is 450 East John Carpenter Highway in Irving, Texas. I represent EYM Group. We are a franchisee of Burger King. So we opened this restaurant last year in 2018. When we did the construction, we already had that empty car wash. And since then, we have been trying to give it a new use for the building instead of just demoing. And so we came up with the idea of the storage unit. So we are wanting to reuse the shell of the building. Even we're open to adding a gate. After we received the letter, we came up with this solution of maybe adding a gate here and all the way around, and give the access to the storage units from the back instead of the front, how we have it right now here.
But wouldn't that just be a walking access? You don't
Yeah,
have-
that would be just and that's something we're still talking with the company, but that's maybe a solution that we can have the gate.
Was your intent to have the access on the west side?
Not initially.
Backside?
No. The first solution was to have
Because
it at
I
the
wouldn't
front.
want to rent from you if it's on the
Yes,
backside.
and that's why
sees it.
right now the company is 50-50 on this, but it's like we're open. But the first option is to have the access to here. I mean, we know we have a space, and we have, and what we are talking also is in the contract we can have hours for operations, like where they can access the storage units, as well as what they can store. But what we want to show is we are willing to do whatever it takes. We want to reuse the building. We want to improve also the look on that building, because right now we have a nice Burger King in the front, and it's a really old, empty building in the back.
Right.
So would this just be 6 storage units?
Yes. Yeah, because right now it's a 5-bay car wash, and there's a small mechanical room. So we also want to use the mechanical room for storage. We want to put solar panels to give electricity to each one of the units.
Would you be cleaning up or improving the facade and how
Yes.
the profile looks?
Whatever we have to do to improve the look of the building.
All right. And I trust this, it said in the staff report this would be infrequent use, like you'd be looking at more long-term
Yes,
storage?
that's also will be on the contract. It will be a long-term.
So since you're a franchisee out of Texas and your main thing is to make good burgers,
Yes.
so would you be having a local company manage the
Correct.
rental and sales and getting customers in there?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. If we were inclined to approve this, would you be okay with a limitation that you can't request any signage on Fluor Drive
Yes.
for this?
Yes.
Okay, because what we're trying to do is keep our signage down on
Yeah,
Fluor
that
Drive.
shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so your marketing would rely on going and finding the customers instead of having a big sign out that says,
Right.
come store here?
Yes.
Okay, because you probably get more requests than units you have available anyway?
Yeah.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the lines I'm seeing around there would be proposed fencing, is that correct? Can you put that back up, just so I'm clear?
Yeah, that's another option. This, like this, and all.
So that's fencing.
That will be proposed person, but that's our second option.
If the doors are in the rear, if the
Yes.
doors are to the east,
But
you
the
wouldn't
fir-
want to
the-
have
Yeah, the
fencing.
first option is to come on the front instead of the back.
Just so you know, that solution doesn't require your action.
Does it
What,
re-
if he puts the doors on the east, it doesn't require a
On
variance?
the west.
Yeah, this solution doesn't require your action.
The one he just drew.
Oh, it would not, because it would be secured. Got it.
That's our second option. The first,
Got it. Got
our
it.
first option is to get access through the east.
And that's your preference, is to get access on the front side?
Yes.
So is that line in front, is that a fence, or is that just
No, this is the
a
dimension.
It's a dimension of
demarcation?
the-
Okay, all right.
So you just plug all the doors on that side,
Yep.
make new doors in the back, and it looks like you'd have to walk to get in there.
Yes,
yeah.
and that's why we don't like that option. But I mean, we're willing to do. I mean,
So, but if
reuse.
that's, if we denied what you want, I'm not saying we are or aren't, so we told you had to plug the doors, and you were gonna put the doors on the other side, would you do the project?
Right now, the company is still 50-50 on this. We will have to go back and talk to them and to the members. And then
I'm not
see.
telling you how to run your business, but I wouldn't want to be in Bay 6.
Right.
Because I'd have to walk a long
Yeah,
way.
no, another option is to add gates on both
I
sides
agree.
of the.
I'd want to pull my truck right up there. I'd be secure though.
Yeah, I don't think that business model works as well, but that's
Yeah.
not our job to worry about your
Right.
business model.
Yeah, I'm not
But
going to
yeah.
pick the winner and loser here. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
asking.
Good question, Dave. All right, any other questions for Mr. Hernandez? Okay, thank you for waiting, and go ahead and sit down. Anybody here to speak in support of the applicant? Anybody here to speak in opposition to the applicant? Seeing none, do we have any further questions for staff?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, Nathan, go ahead.
What is the city's definition, and maybe this is for the attorney, city's definition of controlled access?
Where it would be only allowed by members of, who have access to the storage units. So controlled access would be if you were a renter of one of the units, you'd have access, or if you were the owner of the compound, I suppose, or the
Might be a
management.
code on the gate that only I would know as a renter.
Right. So the general public doesn't have access to the area.
Okay.
So
To the area, that's the key part. It's not, because obviously they're going
the
to
fenced
control,
compound, yeah.
control access to the other part. Okay.
Right, so that's why a wall on the back side of the building, we weren't gonna require them to wrap that with a fence, because it's providing the same function as the fenced controlled access area, so.
Yeah.
I suppose they could climb it just like a fence, but.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, all right. I have one quick question, Eric. Apologies, make you trot back and forth. Every situation's a little different, but I know we recently approved a U-Haul storage facility with a kind of reclaimed Kmart over on Hubble by Easton.
Yes.
And they were going to build some external storage units. Did we or did we not require that to be fenced in?
You denied them having, where they wouldn't, you denied their request to not require fencing.
So we made them put the fence in.
You
Okay.
made them
Yeah.
put the fence in, which made them not do the project.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, but I'm just kind of looking
Yeah.
at, trying to recall
You did not waive the fence, let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
Okay, excellent. That's what I needed to know. Okay, all right. And again, each site has separate considerations based on layout, situation, hardships, whatever. So I'm just curious. All right, thank you. Okay, all right. All right, so we'll close public portion, then go to board deliberation. What do you guys think? I'm just gonna do my game again. I get all over town. I used to wash my car here all the time. From high school all the way through college in my 20s. I've been disappointed this thing has sat here looking pretty cruddy for a long time. It either needs to be torn down or come up with a decent use. And I frankly believe if he took the existing bays and put doors facing east and he had limited exposure to the thing, and he didn't have any signage on floors saying, hey, mini storage here, I don't care if he doesn't have a fence. I just like the thing to get used. You can't even see it back there, it's hidden. And we recently approved a guy to do a pretty large, I think, storage building on his residential property right north of there. So to me, it's pretty innocuous. I think there would be some practical difficulty in making it work with a west secured entrance on the backside. Seems a little weird. But just for the lay of the land, I've seen this place for years, and with what they're talking about, it'd be a huge improvement.
Yeah, I would prefer that they not have to tear it down, that they're able to restore it and use it. And I think with the Burger King facility restaurant there, that really aids with the security. I mean, that kind of answers the security piece. It's well lit, it's on a main thoroughfare, but I would agree, no signage out on Fleur.
Yeah. I think it would actually look worse to have the fence in this small unit. I think you'd draw more attention to it by having a fence around it and make it look like a compound. So, all right, any thoughts? Otherwise, or a motion by anybody? Okay, all right. Well, we can have a motion one way or the other. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to recommend approval of the requested variance with a caveat that if this is granted, the remodeling of the facade shall meet all requirements by the city for architecture profile, and there shall be no signage on Fleur Drive, referencing the existence. If he's got allowances on the building, I'm fine with that.
I second that.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand, say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? That would be 2. It always takes 4 to pass. So, 4 passes. So your variance is granted on that. I'm glad you guys have the BK open there, and if you get going on this, you'll have the whole property completed. So keep up the good work. Thank you for your investment in Iowa and Des Moines. All right, that'll bring us to item 20, a variance and exception request at 1808 Leland. I'll be right back.
Thanks.
Members of the board, I know the chair's out for the moment. This is a property just east of one of the long-term parking lots for the airport off of Leland Avenue. For reference, this is a Casey's that was built recently on Army Post on the south end of the block. The property in question is this north-south parcel with a single-family dwelling, and if you look at this, there's actually 3 buildings there. I believe their intent is to remove the north one in order to do this project. I'm not sure I could track or trace where that actual building was allowed to begin with anyway, the north one. They did go to the board recently, I guess I shouldn't say recently, in the past, to get construction of a 36 by 72 foot structure, which I believe is this longer one here. So it had kind of a history. At one point in time, I think the interpretation on the split zone provisions was that they were able to operate a commercial business for a repair shop on the south part of this property. That is not the interpretation under the split zone provisions by the current zoning officer. So there isn't any commercial allowance given the fact that the north portion of the property with the single family dwelling is zoned residentially. So this ends up being kind of an expansion of a non-conforming use, although they are no longer using it for commercial purposes. They've indicated that their intent is to be strictly personal use for this new proposed structure, which would be a 30-foot by 64-foot accessory structure with a maximum height of 24 feet. So that ends up throwing it well over the 1,000 square foot or maximum, and I think it's less than that. Yeah, 1,000 square foot, because the property is over an acre, or is under an acre, which limits it to the 1,000 or 25%, whichever's less. So the 1,000 is the cap because it is under an acre.
Yep.
But with the total of their buildings that they would propose, then it would be 5,982 square feet over the 1,000 for 6,982 square feet total, which is quite significant.
What are the restrictions on building a building back there in a C2 district?
Well, in the C2 district, they were running up against other issues with proximity to property lines. And then they would also have, what we call our district protection or buffer yards that they would have to provide. again, my understanding is they no longer intend to operate a business here, so this is all for accessory to residential use at this point in time. So if you're looking from Leland straight south, you can see the south structure has the ridge line running east-west, and then there's actually two. My understanding is this front one would be removed, and you can verify that with the appellant. This is looking at it from the side off of southwest 18th Street. So this is actually at some point here, we have an approved site plan for a Dairy Queen. I'm not sure when that might get going, but
Nice to
so
know.
that's looking to the west at the property from the street on the block to the east. So that perspective would be from this.
You show me again where the Dairy Queen would be?
Yeah, the Dairy
No,
Queen.
I'm serious.
They got a rezoning.
Okay.
They got a rezoning for this portion.
So it's not on Leland.
Right, so actually this part would be, they showed intent to have platted single-family lots for the remainder of that.
Okay.
Again, staff is looking at this, while we could support exception level appeals, merely granting the exceptions doesn't accomplish anything for them because they're already with their existing non-conforming situation in excess of a variance level for the amount of area for their accessory structures. So from that perspective, staff believes that would become moot without being able to grant the variance. So we're recommending denial of the variance, not subject to, based on the fact that we do not believe they met the unnecessary hardship. We did want to indicate that should the board find that they do meet the test of unnecessary hardship, we do want to make sure anything is in compliance with building codes, which may present some other challenges due to the proximity, but normally with residential type property, that may not be as severe as if it was commercial property. So I did want to show this one sketch that they provided that would also show. So it's essentially expanding the footprint. I believe this building is a building that's not on a foundation. It's movable. So
Okay, any other questions for Eric?
Was there any opposition? I just saw.
I didn't see any, there wasn't any.
I just saw everyone was in favor, but I didn't know if there was.
Just the greens. Where did I put that? Hold on.
All the cards were in favor. So.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Eric. All right, applicant or representative of the applicant, it's your turn. Thanks for your patience and waiting today. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Bob Walton. My address is 1808 Leland. I've lived there since 1987. We are proposing a replacement of the old structure. That's what we refer to the old building. In the description, on the site description, the very last sentence of the site description says there's a portable 22-foot by 50-foot shed that would be removed to make way for the proposed structure. That is, in fact, the same shed or the same building that they note as being 20 foot by 49 feet, a couple sentences right above that. So we're talking about the same structure there. I took rough measurements of it. The building is kind of like this nowadays, and so I kind of strung it and called it 22 foot. I believe the assessor site calls it 20 foot. So anyway, the same building. The reason we are looking at replacing this building is the structure is no longer safe to put anything of any value in. This used to be an old women's barracks that came from the fort many years ago. I couldn't tell you what year it came in, but would have been prior to 1970 anyway. But it was a women's barracks at one time. And it was a woodworking shop, a guy's personal woodworking shop. That's what it started out as, and then it evolved into an automotive repair shop. And then at that point, then they actually built the automotive repair shop, which is, okay, get my bearings here, which is this one right here. The board granted us approval to build the 36 by 72 back in 2000, which is the very southern building, okay? It was a viable business up through 2007. And if everybody recalls, that was when the airport was looking at doing acquisition of properties to the east of the airport. They'd already gone west, they'd already gone south, and we were kind of in that zone. And so I'd ran the business there for 20 years, automotive repair. And we decided that with the airport, everything that we had heard and everything that we had been told, it wasn't if it was going to happen, it was when it was going to happen. And so after 20 years, we decided, all right, well, let's discontinue that and I'll go another direction. I ended up overseas for 8 years in Iraq and Afghanistan managing a program over there. So anyway, when I came back in 2015, obviously in 2008 is when the economy went in the tank so bad that the airport, to my understanding, abandoned the plans to acquire property to the east any further than what they had already done. And so I just kind of was tongue-in-cheek for a while, and then when it was approved that Casey's could build their building, which used to be the old budget rental car site there, I thought, well, maybe we are going to be here for a while. So anyway, the building has deteriorated to a point where I no longer can put anything of any value in there. In fact, I'm about half afraid to go in there anymore because the roof's trying to come down, and I've got a couple photographs here which I submitted with my proposal when we applied, and you can kind of see the excuse me here. Get this correct here. You can see that the roof is considerably sagged, and we've gone in and shored it up a couple times through the years. But it is at a point where trying to do further repair on it would be both costly and, I believe, unproductive for a long-term fix. So what we would like to do is we would like to replace the building. And in that process of replacing that 20 by 50 approximately, we would like to upsize it, that I could put my motorhome in it, that it would be of sufficient height that I could put my motorhome inside and keep it from getting the you-know-what beat out of it by the weather. And right now, I've had to purchase a couple extra trailers to take the valuable stuff out of the structure to keep it safe, those items safe and secure. And the structure is deteriorated to the point where it is the habitat for just about every wild animal in the neighborhood. We have regular raccoons, raccoon families. We've had foxes. We've had a fox that had her kits in there. My daughter really enjoyed that. But and I'm not opposed to wildlife by any means, but it would be nice if we had a little less of it. And so we would request being able to remove this structure and replace it with a structure that is consistent with the structure that's on the south end of the property. That's a pole building. It's a wick building. It's a nice looking structure. We kept the same color as the repair shop. And though we don't have a full commercial value repair shop going at this time, I'd always kind of kept it on the back burner that since the airport wasn't going to acquire us, if I ever got in a position that maybe I would want to reopen that I could with my understanding of the zoning at the time was it was grandfathered in that as long as I was a self-proprietor, that I could still utilize that as a commercial business. But I'm just working on my classic cars in there now. It's just a storage for my classic cars. So, but we'd just like to replace it, pretty up the property, and be able to put some of our vehicles back inside.
So Bob, what would this is an extremely large accessory building, there is no doubt. I'm also extremely jealous. I'd like to have one like that too. But that will not weigh in my decision. But could you tell us or show us what would this building look like? Do you have any profile elevations,
Basically,
drawings?
Unfortunately, I didn't do any draft drawings outside of just this, which I believe Eric showed a little earlier. Basically, it would just extend, roughly about 14 foot beyond the existing building and roughly about 10 foot to the east.
What kind of materials will it be made of?
It'll be a pole building.
Okay.
Just like the Wick building we have on the south end of the property. It'll be a metal roof, metal sides.
The kind of stuff I would see in the country?
Stuff you would probably see in the country.
What about stuff that I would see in where we have homes and people living?
There are some metal garages out there, and
small ones.
Small ones. That is correct. Okay. This in building, our very southern building, it's a Wick building. It's a pole barn. It's a pole building, metal. Mm-hmm. In the write-up, it said that it was an extension of the repair shop. And when I was before the board back in 2000, one of the questions I was posed is, are you going to use that as an extension of the repair shop? And I told the board at that time that no, it was not intended as an extension of the repair shop, and I've kept my word on that. It is not finished inside. It is not heated inside. It is strictly for our classic cars and personal use. The repair shop was always the repair shop, and the old structure, we continued to use it for storage, and but it's at a point now where we can't put anything of any value in there for fear that the roof's going to come down. Yes, ma'am?
The structure that it's up against, is that a wood structure? I don't know if I saw.
The repair shop is a block structure. A block with a wood roof.
Which is your middle building.
That's the middle building. That is correct. Yeah.
It looked like to me that there might be some peeling paint as you got up towards the roof area.
Pardon me?
It looked to me like there was some peeling paint on that building.
Yes, and in fact, once we get that down, we will completely re-side that part of it. What you've got is, if you look at the picture, get my pen here. This from this line right here all the way to the south is all block building. Okay. They have about a 9-foot wood addition, which is the office, okay, and the tool room. And it's got a dividing wall inside.
But you're going to take care and make that look more upscale. You're not going to have a brand new building next to it.
Yeah, well, okay. And like I said, I really didn't want to spend money because I thought the airport was coming in.
I understand.
And so that's why we didn't do it previously. And when you end up overseas for 8 years and only come home a couple weeks a year, the last thing you want to do is painting. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, but that will be repaired. That will be made looking good again, and it'll basically match the new building if that is approved.
And Bob, not to oversimplify your good presentation, but sometimes we just have old buildings and they need to come down. Uh-huh. But I trust the main reason you want to build this new one is so you can effectively park your RV inside.
My RV and the trailers I wish to keep. Okay, I've got way too many trailers right now, and I would much.
Right.
And there again, and the only reason I purchased them was in lieu of replacing this. That was a short-term fix. Sure. With the thoughts that I would eventually be able to present myself before this board and ask permission to be able to.
But you also feel like you need the other existing buildings to have other personal activities and couldn't just transfer stuff from the old crappy building into your other two.
I would invite you to come out and see what I've got.
Yeah. So in other words, you have a lot of stuff to manage.
Unfortunately, I have a lot of stuff. I play with old cars, and old cars take a lot of space. And
yes.
We are very active.
We have 6 storage units that will soon be available for
I
rent.
was thinking about that when he was presenting that. I thought, okay.
A nice running classic car, slide it right in there. You know, 'cause I was thinking about that.
So,
All right, thank you for that clarification.
But yes, I'd just soon keep it on property if at all possible, because it's a lot easier to load and stuff when it comes time to use the coach. But
I got
yeah, the weather's taking a beating on everything, as everybody knows the weather
Right.
can do. So.
Okay. Any other questions for Bob? All right, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Anybody here to speak in support of the applicant? All right, seeing none. Anybody here to speak in opposition? Seeing none. Any further questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberation. I like Bob. Bob's a nice guy. Bob's got a lot of stuff.
That's what all the cards said.
Yeah, and sometimes old things just need to be torn down. In fact, if it goes any further, the city could make him tear it down. But there comes a time and place where how far do we take variances on variances to accommodate people's what they just like to do versus what goes with the code. At best, I'm on the fence with this. I just think we've got a whole lot going on the property. And just because the building's old, I don't think that's a reason to allow a variance for another building and a bigger one. If we didn't have all the other buildings and I knew more about how it was going to look and fit in, I might be on a different side of the fence, but I'm on top of it. So what do you guys think?
My thoughts are, like you said, originally I was kind of thinking not, but all the cards in the favor of the neighbors saying, yeah, he's a good guy. I mean, that makes a difference when the neighbors are saying yes. And he is next to that huge parking lot. That's kind of effectively a thing. And it was replacing the old, I mean, he's kind of between, I mean, it is a thing of his non-making to have split zoning on his property. And it effectively shields him from that parking lot area. It's replacing a building that's way overdone anyway, but it's a really unique situation. So I'm thinking to go ahead and let him do it, especially when it's going to make that middle building is going to be kind of brought back up to be pretty. It's going to be less of an eyesore than it is now. Because I think if it's left the way it is now, that building's going to just fall down naturally or until the city takes it.
Other thoughts?
Well, I'm not. I'd be interested in, not at this session, for everyone's concern. I don't want a lengthy discussion about how the city reads the code with respect to split zoning, because it doesn't seem like, just based on the language that's in the code that they included in here, it doesn't seem like, it does seem like they would be able to split use between R3 and C2. That said, this wouldn't meet C2, and that was what, if it did, then I would maybe have some sort of argument, but according to Eric, it wouldn't, and so I don't know. He doesn't meet. He does seem like a good guy, and I think it's important to keep up buildings, but he doesn't meet the variance test.
Yeah, but wasn't the C2 preclusion from doing this under C2 is because of the side setback, but your side setback is parking lot.
Yeah, but the C2 structures have those even when they are up against a parking lot or a residential district or all those other things, right? They still have to adhere to the restrictions that we put in there, and they do have them, right. Even if it is a parking lot. We've had those parking lots right next to, some sort of commercial structure, and they still have to do the setbacks that are required.
Yep, that's true.
I'm with him.
Okay, she's with him. Okay. All right.
Does he
other
have any
discussion?
other options? Besides us saying no?
Well, that's not entirely for us to decide what his options are. I mean, I do know a lot of people, they do store motorhomes, and yes, they want to keep them out of the weather, so they pay to store them appropriately in places that are zoned for them that do have covered storage. Or if there weren't other buildings and other uses and other needs on the property, a building to house an RV would probably be less square footage than what we got there. But again, we've got a lot of stuff going on already, and this would be adding more stuff. I do have a concern on the east side of the property. I don't know what screening we have, if any, and we currently have residential properties to the east, residential properties available for development. And we can't make decisions on what's not there, but reasonably it would be expected, we have R1 undeveloped property that houses could go in there tomorrow. So I'd also be concerned we're just further intensifying uses that are pretty large in scope and scale, and I don't see anything here to bring that scale down to something aesthetically. But I'm just trying to help facilitate the Robert's rules here to move
Sure.
the conversation. So
I'll
yes.
move staff recommendation to deny the requested variance and exception
All right.
requests.
I will second.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand, say aye. One,
Aye.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, Bob, you're still a good guy. If down the line you want to come back with something substantially different, you can talk to staff about what that would be. But with the scenario you have presented, we've said no. But you can still talk to them if all the buildings would come down, you want to build something different down the line. See how that might work. But for today with this proposal, I'm sorry we had to say no.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you bet. Appreciate you coming down today. Okay. That'll bring us then to item 21. A variance request at 3330 University Avenue. And we're back to Bert.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 21 is a proposal to put a 12.25 square foot sign on the front of a sorority house at 3330 University Avenue, just to the west of the Drake University campus. It's on the south side of University Avenue. It's a recently constructed sorority. As I mentioned, they're proposing a 12.25 square foot sign. Sororities in the R3 district only earn 4 square feet of signage.
What's your deal?
So they're needing a variance of 8.25 over the allowed 4. And they've actually submitted 3 options. The first is the 12.25 square foot sign. Second is a slightly smaller 10 square foot sign. And then the third is a slightly smaller than that 8.1 square foot sign. Which even an 8.1 square foot sign would require a variance of 4.1 over the allowed.
It's only 6 square feet would meet the exception level.
I'll get to that, yeah.
Public school, math, yeah.
Yes, so
Okay.
here's a photo of the house as viewed from University Avenue. And then here is the consent map. A couple of cards in support up here. One was the applicant, and then the card in opposition was about a block to the south there. As Mel alluded to, the maximum exception that could be considered would be an exception of 2 square feet over the allowed 4, which is 6 square feet. The proposed 12.25 requires a variance, and as we say over and over, it's pretty hard to demonstrate the criteria necessary for granting a variance. So we have recommended denial of the variance, but approval of a amended appeal for an exception of 2 square feet over the allowed 4, which would get them a 6 square foot sign, and subject to 2 conditions. 1, sign is installed by a contractor in accordance with the sign permit, and 2, the sign shall be substantially in conformance with the submitted character elevations. Just of a smaller size.
The other fraternities and sororities in the neighborhood, what size are their signs generally? Do they adhere to the restrictions that city code lays out?
I believe so. I don't ever remember us granting appeals for anything over 4 square feet. Maybe they're existing ones that have been
Grandfathered in somehow?
that predated the requirement.
Freestanding signs,
Oh, okay.
which
Yeah.
may allow a smaller amount of copy.
Yeah.
We don't know the size.
What's the practical difficulty, even for the exception? I just,
Well, I guess would argue that it's given the scale of the building and the height, maybe a 4 square foot sign would be a little small and harder to read from vehicles traveling 35 miles an hour down University Avenue. But
okay.
Bert, related to that, you had a very nice picture from the front of the house, and it seems like we got a lot of front yard and some other stuff going on with maybe ADA accessibility. It sits back a fair piece, doesn't it, from the street?
Yeah, it probably meets the minimum required front yard setback.
Okay, because this was new construction rather than rehab?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. What's the smallest alternative plan that they submitted to you for size again?
It was 8.1.
Okay, okay. All right,
Which is twice as big as
what's allowed?
what's allowed.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Okay,
And you don't know the size of any of the other signs on the other fraternity houses,
I
whether
don't.
they're in
Yeah.
compliance or not, whether they're grandfathered in or not.
Yeah, most of those are on 34th or on Forest Avenue.
okay.
8 square feet's not very big for the size of that house. My daughter was in a sorority at Iowa State. They like their letters on their houses.
Right.
I get that.
At one time, the largest fraternity sorority organization in the U.S. at Iowa State. It may still be, not sure. Anyway, it's not a commercial. All right, anything else, Bert? Okay,
That's all
any
I
other
have.
questions for Bert? All right, thank you. Okay, applicant or representative of the applicant. We've waited patiently all afternoon. Hope you found it to be informative and entertaining at the same time. Don't answer that.
Wasn't a question.
Hi, Samantha Wenzel, 3330 University Avenue.
Alicia Webster, 3330 University Avenue, Des Moines.
So as you can see, this is what we've submitted. We do actually have some pictures to share of other fraternity and sorority signage, if that would help. Unfortunately, we don't have dimensions on them, but you can at least get a little bit of, so here's one. It's on the smaller side. Here's another one.
Where's the
Where's
sign
the
on that
sign
one?
on that one?
Yes.
Can't even see it.
Okay, I can't even see it.
Okay.
Hard to see.
Alpha something, yeah.
Here's a freestanding sign. Here's another sign attached to the house. That one's pretty large.
Yeah, that's probably grandfathered in. I don't think we'd allow that today.
That's the one I think came for relief before.
Yeah. This one here?
So here's another one. That one is on the larger side as well.
Big Eps. Am I right? Yeah, okay. So Chi.
Sigma Alpha Epsilon, another one, larger letters.
That's a new house too.
We do have dimensions on this one. This freestanding sign is 17 square feet. These letters, I think they might be spray painted on, so I'm not sure they would qualify as signage, but there is that one. Here is Theta Chi. This is the newest one built previous to our property being built. You'll see that has a rather large freestanding sign in front of the building and then some smaller letters on front. And then Sigma Phi Epsilon has a larger freestanding sign as well. And I will point out that we do not plan to put up any sort of freestanding sign in front of our property. So really this would be our only signage we would like to put up. Really what we'd like to consider is what has been mentioned previously is the scale of the building. The higher traffic on University Avenue, the rest of the properties are on 34th Street. With a lower speed limit, you can slow down and look at the houses a little bit easier to see which house is this. On ours, it's a little harder to see if you're going to have smaller letters up on the house. It's going to be easier to miss. And then, yep, it's just remaining consistent with the rest of the fraternities and sororities on campus. Really, that's what we're proposing. Anything to add?
So this Kappa Kappa Gamma sign is very comparable to the one that we had at our last property that we were renting from a fraternity, and that was 17.
Yes, the one that we did have the measurement on that was 17 square feet. We had previously rented that house, so that's how we know the signage dimensions on that one. And I will add the one card that we got for feedback for opposition. We did notice that house has a pending sale on it.
Okay. Weird.
So far away,
It's different. Okay. So you are sorority members, alum,
We are alumni members that sit on the Housing Corporation Board
Okay.
that manage the property.
and you're also from here in the metro yourselves?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, excellent. Do you have any proposal to have the letters be lit from the inside or backlit or anything like that? Would these just be like, dark letters on background?
So they will not be backlit. There is an existing light on the house that shines up
Like
and
a
back
spotlight?
towards the,
Right,
yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So. But there's no light projecting out from the sign? There
It's
may
on-
be some light projected onto it, but not
Correct.
out from it? Okay,
Correct.
all right. Okay.
How long has that new property been there? I
We've been
noticed
there
it.
for 3 school years.
Cool.
But we began building in 2015.
Okay.
And you don't have a sign on it now. This is your first request for a sign?
Correct. Yes, we ran into timing constraints when we built the property. We were in a hurry to get our members in for the first school year and have the house ready for, 2017 was our first school year, and we just kind of ran out of time.
Sure.
Should have spray painted it, like the neighbors.
It's an option.
I'm just kidding. Probably shouldn't.
They just paint the streets there, not, yeah. Once a year. Okay, any other questions for Samantha or Alicia?
Can I also just
Sure,
mention
yes.
that the properties surrounding ours, on either side of us are apartment buildings. Across the kind of catty corner is the dry cleaners, and then to the other way is also apartment buildings. So I just want to note that.
I do appreciate you giving us some options on your rendering. So you had like an 8.1. Did you have one about 10 square feet or so as well?
Yes.
But your original proposal was
12.
12 square feet.
But
Okay.
we're really okay with any of those options.
All right. So this is 9.95 here. This is your 10 square foot one. Okay.
Just proportionally it looks.
Right. Sure, sure. Okay. All right. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you both. Okay. We have a big audience here on this issue. So is there anybody here to speak in support of the applicants? Seeing none, is there anybody speak in opposition to the applicants? Okay. Seeing none, any further questions?
Yeah, I got a quick one.
Yes.
Sorry. The signage requirements, would they be allowed to have a monument sign out in front? Yeah, so they're
believe
just,
they would,
they're
yeah.
just choosing not to save
Right.
money presumably. Okay. And the other fraternities and sororities, you said they're on 34th. Is that also, for the most part, to your knowledge, zoned R3?
I believe most of those are R3. The ones on Forest Avenue might be NPC. So
Okay.
those might have larger signage allowances, but
Okay.
I believe the whole, yeah, you can see 34th Street here. There's a C1 parcel at the corner, but everything else is zoned R3 going up 34th Street.
Yeah.
And Bert, with a lot of big calculations here, if they did a monument sign, would they be allowed 12 square feet or more? Do you know
I would
off
have
the
to
cuff?
look in the zoning code.
Oh, okay, all right. As
think
Eric
they're
says,
allowed-
there'd be
I
no
think
different
he's right.
earning.
I think if they were multifamily in R3, you'd have an allowance
They could
of
have a
24
monument
square
sign with a
feet
2 foot by 2 foot sign on it.
with a 2-foot tall base.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that's an option they'd want to do.
Right.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Bert? Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and close the public portion and go to board deliberation.
Look, I mean, I said my piece earlier about the difficulty of hitting a variance test with respect to signage, and I think even more so in this case. You know, we say at the outset of every meeting, if you think that these laws aren't good, then you should petition the city council to change the laws, and city council apparently has very strong views about signage. I personally don't. I think I have no objection to a really big sign on this property personally, but I wasn't elected to implement, policy in that way and determine that type of signage requirements. And so the city council has done this. They have pretty explicit mention of college fraternities and sororities here, and frankly, I don't hear how they've met the practical difficulty test of an exception. It seems like it's right in line with exactly what the city council had in mind when they implemented their code. And so I'm going to be opposing it.
Okay. Well spoken as usual.
I'm not as well spoken as Nathan, but I agree with that. You know, they said people couldn't see it driving down the road fast. You're not going to be looking that far into the house anyway. It's sit back fairly well from the road. Most people have GPSs telling where they're going, and you can just say we're across from the dry cleaners. I don't see where it's a disadvantage to allow them a bigger sign. And as Nathan said, you know, the city council made rules for a reason, and sometimes, as I exhibited earlier before today, you have to put your personal views aside and do what's best. So I'm also on the denial side. Anybody else for it to convince me to change my mind?
It's a sorority. They're going to put their sign on it. I don't think the sign's up there so that people can find it. I think it's there because it's a sorority house. So I think I'd be willing to let them have the smallest one of the three. I think it's pretty innocuous. It's up high. It's away from the street. In the spirit of the college scene, I think I'd be in support of that.
I agree with Dave. Looking at all of the other fraternities and sororities around, they have bigger signs, and they've opted not to have a monument sign. And although the city council did put together a policy on signs, I don't always agree with it, and I think that's why we're here, to evaluate requests that come through.
Everybody, this is a great board, and I love what you all do individually to think through these issues. I think it helps our staff, it helps applicants. Everybody's got good points here. And I'd like to come back as a separate issue. I don't think Samantha and Alicia care about some of these issues here that we may be faced with, but this board has taken action a number of times as a board to ask the city council to review ordinances for future consideration. That's one of the reasons we do have the monument sign ordinance today. I don't know, Cindy was maybe on the board with us when we sent a letter and said, we've had enough of these 40-foot tall pole signs. So if we're starting to see that, man, 2x2 sign and a variance test, I mean, if we wanted to, we could write a letter, some homework in the future, but we can discuss that separately. I do feel in this case, University Avenue does book along, and GPS or not, I can't stand it when people are on their phone tapping away and they're still going to be looking which driveway and which house and I think it's reasonable to have a sign that you can see that is still not obnoxious or takes away. Their smallest thing that they've proposed would be 8 foot. Boy, I really don't think that's too egregious in this case. The house does sit back a little. It does blend in. There's a lot of other stuff going on there. Those lots are narrow. I'd like to know that I've arrived. If I was to come visit there, I'd like to go, yep, this is the right place. I got to remember some of my Greek alphabet letters, but I see a need to allow them to have a reasonable sign. And frankly, I'd rather have it on their building above there than out in the front yard anyway. I'd be inclined to let them have 8 or 10 foot on that. You can barely see the thing.
Right.
I can see your point. It's not a real busy sign either, so it's just kind of some.
And they're not going to have it backlit. They're not going to have it internally lit. So, if people want to make a motion one way or the other, it sounds like we might have had a motion to maybe look at a denial. So, if somebody wants to do that, we can see what direction that wind blows.
Well, I'll make a motion to let them have a sign. I think what we need to do is pick the size. You've said 10 is the middle.
Okay.
Here again, I'm fine with that.
And it would still, I'd second that with the idea that, the variance test is a tough one to beat, but a lot of the general things that still go with the variance test is it doesn't disrupt the essential character of the neighborhood, blends in and meets the spirit of the ordinance. It may not meet it to the letter of the law, but it's still going to be a sign that does not cause any undue concern. So I'll second Dave's motion to grant a variance and exception to allow for a sign of up to 10 foot installed generally as shown, and it shall not be internally lit or backlit. You can have a spotlight on it if you want, though.
Do you also want the conditions that staff has listed for the exception?
And the other staff conditions that would go with this, with such approval. So, that's a motion and a second.
Do we need to include anything about no other signage would be allowed, or?
I mean, we're not granting others, so it wouldn't, but if you, yeah, they'd have to come back anyway.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a business. I don't think they're going to have a Coca-Cola sign or anything.
They have every opportunity in the
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And is the 10 square
good
foot
question.
sign just the space it's occupying, not the size? So there's gonna be a lot of vacant space on that 10?
It's a rectangular, right? Yeah. We measure a sign as the smallest rectangle that encompasses the
everything.
entire sign. So the 10 square foot
was
sign they
wondering-
proposed
I have to
was
go 10.
21 inches, 21 and a half inches by 66.7 inches.
Just on the
Okay.
left. Yeah,
Thank
if they
you.
had it on a 4x8 sheet of plywood yet,
Helps me a
that's
lot.
32 square feet. They could certainly do that. That's the letters, right? Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right. So if that motion was clear enough, all those in favor of granting the requested variance and exception, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 2. Okay, so as we've seen today, it takes 4 to pass. You pass. So thanks for your investment and for having a great sorority at good old Drake University. So you bet. Thanks for coming in today. Okay, that'll bring us into item 22.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 22 is a request to amend 2 variances that were granted back in June. The reason that the board is able to consider this is because it was not denied in June. If the board would have denied the appeals in June, then they wouldn't have the opportunity to come back and make a similar request for a 2-year period. However, since the board granted it in June, they are eligible to approach the board at this time and make the request to amend the conditions that were tied to the approval. The subject property is a piece of land on the west side of East 46th Street, just across the street from the Delaware Elementary School. The appeal that was granted in June allowed for the division of this property that is owned A1 into 2 lots. It was actually on the consent agenda, so you probably weren't too tuned into it at the time, but the appeal allowed for that subject property to be divided as such, so it left the 0.66 acre parcel here for the existing house and then a 4.2 acre parcel to the north. And the approval was subject to 2 conditions. One, that any division of the property is subject to approval of the subdivision plat. And then 2, and this is the condition that they're asking to have removed at this time, reads the 4.2 acre parcel shall only be used for agricultural purposes until such time that it is rezoned to a zoning district that allows for single-family residential development, and such time that the parcel is subdivided to include installation of public street and public utilities serving that property. And then we also asked that, or had the condition that those utilities be extended through this site, and the street be extended to the site so that it would touch this 2.8 acre or 3 acre parcel to the south, which is currently mostly landlocked. So for this property to develop, it's likely that it would have to be served by a street connection across the subject property here. So here are some photos. You can see the existing house was recently renovated, and I believe the applicant's going to be selling that soon. And then here is that 4.2 acre area that is currently used for agricultural production. And then here's the consent map. We did not get any cards in support or in opposition. So staff, and I'll let the applicant make their case for why they want to have that condition removed. It has to do with the cost of providing public utilities and constructing the street, but staff still feels that it's appropriate to leave that condition in place. We feel that any new residential development within the city should be on urban services such as sewer and proper stormwater management. The nearest sewer is about 300 feet to the north. So the applicant indicates that they'd like to just construct one parcel or one house on this parcel that would have its own private septic system. And our belief is that it shouldn't be developed until such time that it any house could be or connected to the public sewer. So we have recommended denial of the request. So. Any questions?
So Bert, we do have a lot of urban area around this. Highway 6 sits right to the northwest. Generally speaking, when the board deliberates on these issues, if there are concept plans that the city council has adopted or comprehensive plans that would then help determine a zoning ordinance for a district, we can take those into account in helping with our decision making. And I know this is currently zoned A1, but the second reading of 3 for a new zoning ordinance just happened. And I can't remember if you mentioned it or not, but is there a proposed zoning district for this parcel or this area in the new ordinance?
Yeah, and that would, as part of that new zoning code update, it would be going to like an N1A or N1B.
I know that's tough to wrap our minds around, but single family
residential, yeah.
So N for neighborhood and 1 single family neighborhood. So the general intent for the city's growth in this area, with direction from our council, and then down the line, is to look at single family development in an urban setting in this area.
Right.
Is that right?
It's
Okay.
right.
Okay. And there's a parcel to the northwest, and although we can't, tell other people what to do with their land, do you know what that triangular parcel looks like? There's maybe a bike trail or an old path.
I don't know.
It's the old way station for DOT. Okay, yeah, wow, that goes way back. Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have.
Are they looking to actually build a single-family home on here, or are they going to divide it into smaller lots?
They are wanting to do just one single family house, which staff believes it's, if a 4.2 acre parcel should be used for more than just one single family house. So
Especially at that location.
that's why we had recommended that second condition back in June, and I think we're going to stand by it at this time.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Bert? Okay, thank you, sir. Applicant or representative of the applicant, it's your turn. Thank you for your patience and waiting today. We're slightly ahead of schedule based on normal.
Bert and Eric know at my age I'm not in any hurry. Members of the board, my name is Ted Grobe with Savannah Homes, located at 800 South 50th Street in West Des Moines. Shown here is a simple cul-de-sac with 16 lots we originally proposed for this site. Also shown is the house we spent about $70,000 to remodel, including a new septic system. Unfortunately, highlighted in green is the entire plat, as Bert pointed out. Also shown are 2 parcels in yellow. One that we would need for stormwater detention as required by the city, and 2, an access to a parcel of land to the 3 acres to the south as mandated by the city. This represents 25% of the land that we can't use. City mandated approximately an acre of stormwater detention, so the question became, where do we drain 43,000 square feet of stormwater? The topography says it has to go to our neighbor's property to the north, shown here in orange. Coincidentally, that property already experiences flooding. So our engineers designed another detention basin on this property, which we were negotiating to try to purchase. Now, not shown was the $75,000 it takes to obtain 2 neighbors' front yard easements to access the sanitary sewer across the street 320 feet to the north. If you disregard the sanitary sewer issue, if you disregard the detention issue, and if you disregard the access to the neighbor's 3-acre parcel, the determining factor for us is this. Per your city engineer, the 12-inch city storm intake pipe in Hubble Avenue is not large enough to handle stormwater created by a residential development here on this site because it requires a 24-inch outlet pipe and would result in additional downstream flooding and runoff into Hubble Avenue. This almost exactly fits one of the stated reasons for granting a variance. Quote, plight of the owner is due to unique circumstances not of the owner's making. I have done 15 major subdivisions over the last 49 years. This was going to be my last. My engineer has done hundreds more. We have very expensively exhausted every possible development concept, and this parcel cannot and will not be developed as a subdivision. There's no sanitary sewer within 250 feet. 2 houses to the north of us and 2 houses to the south of us have septic systems. This directly fits with another reason for granting a variance. We will not alter the character of the neighborhood. Allowable uses in A1 are R1A80 single family, which is what we are proposing. We're only asking to build 1 house. We would respectfully request that you grant our variance to build 1 house on a septic tank. I won't say physically sick, but very heartbroken that I could not do that. And I can't do it because of stormwater requirements of the city of Des Moines. And unless the city of Des Moines waives those requirements, which they would not and could not do, this land can't be developed. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Mr. Grove?
Yeah, stormwater, that has to be separate from the lots. You couldn't make larger lots and make it less dense housing and have that area used for stormwater? Does that need to be a separate parcel?
I'm sorry, I guess I'm not quite...
Do you need to have 1 acre set aside that has nothing on it? Or could you make the lots larger?
Well, the city was mandating the street come here as shown and then turn to the left to address the 3-acre parcel to the
It'd
south.
still make the lots larger.
You could make the lot larger, it doesn't reduce the detention requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Really?
That's what I wanted to know.
Excuse me?
Yeah, your non-permeable space would need to be smaller.
You still have to have the street.
Right. So, Mr. Grobe, you have a lot of experience in this, and so does Snyder and Associates, and you say you've got this nice plan that would work for everybody, but somewhere along the way, nobody knew about the city's stormwater regulations. Have those changed?
Yes, and in the last 3 to 4 years, they have. They've increased substantially. And every development that I've done, I always bought subject to. I bought subject to what all the costs were going to be, how many neighbors were going to be opposed to it, what the city was going to allow. I was confident enough in this when I bought it myself about a year ago.
So
and
you
I thought
bought the property?
I own the property.
Right.
The house was a total wreck.
Right, okay.
We've spent a fortune. The house is, everything in it is brand new.
Yep.
We asked this same board a while back, I think it was in June, for a variance to allow us to split that house off so we could just sell it with a lot, and then we were going to go ahead and develop this remaining 4.2 acres.
Right.
We can't.
Okay, but here's the question I just asked you was, how long ago did this stormwater stuff change? You said 3 or 4 years ago, yet you bought it last year.
Well, I haven't developed anything for about 5 or 6 years, so I wasn't aware of the upgrade in the stormwater requirements.
Right, and I'm not trying to throw shade on you here, but we discussed this earlier today, that before people buy property, it's nice if they can go down and say, hey, here's what I'd like to do. Will this work with current zoning, current building and stormwater requirements, and gee, what's coming down the line for any zoning changes?
It wouldn't make any difference because the city mandates a requirement for stormwater that they can't handle.
Then why did you buy the property if that requirement was already in place? That's what I don't understand.
I did not know the storm intake down on Hubble was 12 inches.
Okay, all right. Kind of is what it is, but all right. And I know there's a lot to try to anticipate, and even a person with common sense, a lot of times, yeah, it's hard to anticipate every little angle of any little tiny city requirement. I
Well,
can get that.
I'm going to absorb the loss either way. I'm just trying to cut and do something with the property. It would still leave the ground pretty much available as vacant ground if we just put one 80-foot lot there.
Right.
So it's currently zoned A1,
Yes, sir.
and in A1 districts, if I remember correctly, that means 10-acre lots.
No, it will allow an R1A 80 uses as I understand.
So the variances we granted you, or at least one variance, in June was premised on this idea that you're going to be doing some development,
Right.
and it's in an A1 district, which would normally require pretty big lots for a residential. But as our chair is fond of saying, some quid pro quo, this is good for the city because you're getting some sort of development, new development out of this. That was the whole premise of this variance, which, as Bert alluded to, might not have gotten as close attention from the board, given the fact that it was on consent agenda. I'm not sure how you meet the variance test now based on what you're presenting. You mentioned a couple different things that get at a couple, the unique circumstances not of your own making, the use to be authorized by the variance will not alter the essential character, perhaps. But the other one, a reasonable return, it just seems like a plan that you had in mind didn't work out, and so you're trying to cut your losses, which makes sense. But I don't. That doesn't really seem to me to make the variance test work.
There's no, give me one usable thing for the 4 acres.
Well, but
Other than as a farm, what other use is there for the 4.2 acres?
yeah, but what instead would be the whole lot as it was, not parceled out, with one house on it.
Yes?
Yeah,
And some people would love that. There was a guy here would love to have that.
Well, what
And that's- and that- and in an
asking to
A1
do
district-
is to build one house on that 4.2 acres and sell it as an urban acreage.
That's what he's asking for, isn't
But in an A1 district, no, he's asking for 2 houses on a lot that is, on 2 separate lots, that's added together is still smaller than the acreage that's envisioned in an A1 district.
I'm basically asking for 2 houses on 5 acres.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Instead of 1 house on 10 acres, which is usually what A1 requires. So I don't, okay. I'll opine later, but I appreciate it.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Anybody here to speak in support of the applicant? Anybody here to speak in opposition to the applicant? Okay. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Can you tell me how to operate that thing where?
Yeah, I'll have Bert help you here. Do you want to look at a picture or a map?
Oh, I was just gonna, oh. All you can do is put it down? Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Big tech stuff. I don't even own a computer, so you'll have to bear with me.
Sometimes that's a good thing anymore.
Yes. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, this right here, my name is Linda Lawson Smith, and my address is 1138 37th Street. I'm here appearing for myself and my husband, Jerry Smith. Jerry owns the property at 4280 East 46th Street. His parents bought the property 53 years ago. It's lot 10 and lot 11 of Finney Acres, and they bought it from Mr. Finney himself. It was just one big piece of farmland, and so they've been there 55 years. And my husband has lived on and off there for 55 years too. So,
Which property is that? Can you point it out on here?
Is it the big middle one? then?
this one right here.
Oh, that's your property, okay.
Is Mr. Grove's property.
Okay, no,
Right.
it's yours.
And ours connects to it through a little pathway right here. It's been used as farmland for the last 55 years, and so the farm equipment comes off of 46th Street and passes through where that one house that Mr. Grove redesigned, and it farmed all of this acreage, and then it came in and farmed the Smith property right here.
So with a landlocked property, do you have these access easements as a legal easement to allow you to access the property?
Well, before Mr. Grove bought the property, the owners there and the owners prior have always allowed the farm equipment to come through.
Right.
It's always been done that way.
It's just a verbal agreement, nothing in writing.
It's not a
Not to-
legal agreement that's recorded. There's no easement.
Not to my
He's just
knowledge.
nice.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
if somebody
and-
else develops the property different, you're cut off completely.
Right.
Okay.
And Jerry and I are here to vote not in favor of the request from Mr. Grove and Savannah Homes. I'm asking and pleading with you not to allow even one home to be built without that north-south connection to the Smith property. At your June 26, 2019 meeting, you voted 6-0 in favor of requiring Savannah Homes and Mr. Grove to extend the public street and public utilities to the north lot line of our 2.86 acre parcel. And if only one house is built, only one, as Mr. Grove proposes, and no street or utility access is provided to the north lot, our 2.86 acre parcel will be landlocked and will never be developed. Now, at the City Plan and Zoning Commission meeting of February 7th of this year, the traffic and street system was discussed. And reading from those notes, there is an existing 2.86 acre undeveloped parcel that is located immediately to the south of the subject property. Staff believes that it is necessary to require any development upon the subject property to provide a connection to this undeveloped property to the south so that the property does not become landlocked, and to preserve street connectivity between East 44th Street and East 46th Street in the future. Now, the number 3 staff recommendation of the City Plan and Zoning Commission was, any development upon the property shall provide a north-south connection to provide access to the 2.86 acre parcel adjacent to the south. Now, I know that this Plan and Zoning Commission is separate from you folks, but I'm just trying to show that 2 city boards have ruled in favor of requiring a north-south connection to our 2.86 acre parcel. Now, Mr. Grove has mentioned at past meetings, I don't know if this one or one of the other ones, about a right-of-way access on East 44th Street and how we already have access to our property from there. This is not correct. There is currently no access to 4280 East 46th Street from this right-of-way. The legal description for this right-of-way is Lot A, Capitol Heights number 2. And on the map, it's this small section right here is a right-of-way. I contacted Mr. Phil Wagaman yesterday. He's with the management department that oversees city-owned property. He stated that before anyone can use the right-of-way, the area would have to be paved, and that paving would first have to be approved by the property owners on either side of the right-of-way. Now, I talked to him about the measurements of this right-of-way. The paving area would measure 60 feet wide by 300 feet in length.
60.
And I'm sure the neighbors there are not going to want their yard transformed into a paved football field, because that's what it's going to look like. Now, in addition to the paving requirement, getting it, and the need to get the approval to do so from the surrounding landowners, there's a 60-plus years worth of tree growth on the property.
In the right-of-way area.
Yeah. Now, here's a picture. Ooh, that's cool how that works. Here's a picture of
It is.
us standing on the east furthest part of the field. And this is looking out directly over the trees. And you can see, even from that distance, how high the trees are.
That are on the right-of-way.
And that are on the right-of-way.
Right-of-way, gotcha.
Now,
Okay.
here's a close-up of the trees. Getting a little closer to them, but you can see the amount of trees that we're looking at. And these are like 60, 70 years worth of tree growth. Okay? Now, and that's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars to try and get in there. And in addition, another addition, the land would have to be surveyed as to whether the trees are on city property or our property. Okay, and you know, you can see how big they are and everything else. And, you know, as stated at the beginning of my comments, I'm asking you folks to reaffirm and vote today exactly as you did on June 26th with a vote of 6-0 to require a public street and public utilities be completed to the north lot line. Because without, just right there, anywhere there, because before any construction can begin, because once you put a house there, that 4 acres is closed off to us. We can never develop that 3 acres behind us. It's just gone. And I thank you for your time and consideration. And just to tell you, I enjoyed the meeting.
Well, like I said,
it was. I've never been to one of these. So
at least if
I
not
enjoyed it.
educational, hopefully entertaining.
Hey, it is. It was both.
Couple questions for
Yes,
you.
sir.
Although a lot of scenarios are outside of our purview here,
Yeah.
if you wanted to develop your property right now for housing, you'd be in no different of a boat than Mr. Grove is. You'd have to develop a street and have access, and it'd be very expensive. So why don't you just look at, hey, how come we just don't get together and you sell your place to him and give him a little more room and he can figure out how to do a development that will fit?
Well, it was first proposed that way.
Yeah.
He was talking about taking the 3 acres, and you know, he was still planning on building the houses in there, and he was going to, you know, make little gardens for all the people to come over there and have gardens and everything. And so he offered, initially, I think it was $3,000.
You don't have to tell us any dollar
yeah,
amounts. That's
okay.
not our business.
But, you know, but I mean, we got Grubhub and everything else now. I mean, people have their fast food delivered to them. I don't really see a lot of urban people going out and traipsing all of that stuff to go out
Which
and
wouldn't
play.
need to be your concern, but the
Yeah, that's
idea
true.
is if the money was reasonable on both sides, then maybe a deal could be made and then you don't have to worry. But right now, you know, the decision we've made, it sounds like, yeah, there has to be some reasonable access granted. So I don't know if that would change if we grant what Mr. Grove wants here. You know, it could be we just keep that condition on there. And he
Keep
still
the
gets-
condition on for the street?
Well, if in the, what was on consent required the access to remain, we could still require the access to remain.
Yeah, that's what we're just asking for, is
Which
for
may
the
not be what
access.
staff wants, but.
Yeah, just for the access to remain
Yeah.
before the house, any house is built.
Okay,
Okay,
all right, yes.
thank you, sir.
You bet, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else here to speak in opposition? Seeing none, any further questions that we have for staff?
I have one more clarification, because today I must be just confused. But Nathan said that they were looking at putting 2 houses on the 4.2 acres And this says one house on the 4.2 acres because the other house was divided off already.
No, it's 2 houses on the 4.86 acres. So
Oh, okay.
we let them,
Point
That's okay.
86
So that
is-
includes, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm no longer
Okay.
confused.
I had a,
You know what, as a consideration, I'll let you come up for 3 minutes if you got kind of yeah, because you get a rebuttal regardless, since she, okay, thank you. Yep, yes. Yeah, thanks for putting your hand up, Mr. Grobe.
I have no problem at all with Mr. and Mrs. Smith on their access from our partial, if in fact the street was to go in. I offered to buy the ground, even offered to buy their house, when I thought I was going to be able to develop the site. So I don't have any disagreement with them at all. The only thing I would say that if I sell it as an acreage with the house, and somebody wants to use it as agricultural, they may well want to fence it.
Right, that's definitely true. Yeah.
Thank you for the extra time.
Okay, you bet, you're welcome. All right, Eric, did you want to help clarify some code things?
Well, it wasn't really a code thing
Sure.
necessarily, but she had mentioned that the staff reports and approvals,
Yeah,
that was withdrawn before the city council made a zoning change by ordinance. So all of those things fed into the change of the zoning to an R170, I believe, that he had applied for.
but this idea, are you saying the idea of granting access to the other parcel, that's what
So
you're
that was
referencing?
coming at the time, so he came in with the rezoning of this property independently. Initially, he had inquired, in pre-development meetings about all of this. This right-of-way could have a street, it's probably a 60-foot right-of-way now.
That's what I'm
would have a 31-foot street.
Okay.
I'm not sure about requiring any permission from the adjoining owner.
As long as it meets
It's a
city
lot.
requirements.
It's already dedicated as Lot A as right-of-way, so it's already, could be built as a public street. But who's going to do that unless they can get some benefit from that? The challenge with this property is the number of lots that would have to feed from that, and if it developed on its own, that has its own feasibility. Together, the fire codes were kicking in, and it was requiring, if you got too deep into this with an L shape, that was not letting him go far enough in to get the maximization of this parcel from one entrance, so that it was triggering the need for that secondary access, which the cost made it prohibitive again. The drainage that he's mentioning, the standard hasn't really changed a lot since 2008. However, I think that he is dealing with the constraint of where he has to tie into the public storm sewer over in Hubble, which this map doesn't show it, but it's in this area over here. It might even be off the map a little bit. The size of that can only accept water at a certain rate. And so the detention that he would have to provide, given that existing facility, maybe a little more than would normally be necessary with that amount of acreage. So because he can only release it at a rate that pipe can accept it. Otherwise, it just backs up. And
Do you know if there's any plans to increase that rate?
well, there isn't any directly with that specific sewer, although I think the city, over time is trying to upgrade a lot of these situations, given in light of weather that we had about a year and a half ago. There's a lot of areas that are getting a look at what needs to be upgraded, and if the city's expecting to open areas for the development, they're going to have to look at some projects probably to extend public utilities too. But our concern would be that this house might preclude then that development from occurring, make it that much more difficult. But
That's what I was wondering. If we're rezoning it, then don't we
yeah,
also
so
need to take a look at the
on December
stormwater?
15th, it's anticipated, I think this will be N1A zoning.
is it going to be what?
N1A,
Which is what?
a single family designation.
And
I
A
think-
is the type of house, right?
Right, but then.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Then the way the new ordinance is written, the dividing of the lot and the size and the number of the frontages is all becomes more of a plan and zoning legislative kind of review versus it being relief of the current zoning standards. It may not be something that the board would see under that zoning. So if,
Okay.
so right now he's seeking the relief under the current code because
Right.
then he'll be able to make that division and release that encumbrance that that lot can't be built. Is where he's at right now.
Okay.
That might have confused you even more, but
All right. Thank you,
and I
Eric.
don't blame the woman here for not necessarily interpreting all of those things. She talked to people exactly right, so I wanted to
Sure.
make sure you understood clearly.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberation.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot to deal with here, yet at the same time, we dealt with this last month. Staff reviewed some general considerations from what the applicant wanted, came up with a reasonable approach, and on consent agenda granted some appeals. So now we're right back at it again. I'm going to go back to, and I just read staff rationale, and it reads as exactly as I mentioned before. The development pattern of this subject property and the adjoining parcel to the south should be consistent with Plan DSM. The properties within the city limits should be developed at an urban density and served by urban services. We have areas in my side of town on the southeast side, you got sewer and then you got septic, and then you got a block without sewer. We should get everybody connected, and we should encourage people that want to develop to be connected from square one. And I know that's expensive, that's why I'm not in the real estate business. But I think you've got to look at that, and I don't think this train just busted through yesterday. This area's been annexed for a long time. These regulations have been here for some time already, and strengthening of the code and the intent. This has been a 3-year process. This isn't news. If somebody bought a property in the last year, what it's going to take to get it redeveloped within the city of Des Moines. So I'm inclined to go with staff recommendations on this.
Second that.
If we were to allow it,
Throwing
not
the
saying
ball
we
out.
would, can we require that he grant access in perpetuity, like put it in
That'd
part
be
of the
an
things?
easement.
An easement?
Can we do that, Judy? I mean, that's,
I don't think that would be advisable as a condition of this situation. It's a reconsideration, and I think you need to deal with that as it stands.
because that isn't part of the appeal here.
Okay, so
Right,
we can't
right.
make that as
Yeah.
like, we kind of like do the quid pro quo.
We've had
type
people
thing.
for certain uses say, hey, I want to do this use, and it would require the landowner next door to like, let me drive through their lot. So then we have said, okay, to get that use, you got to have a legal easement. Because it sounds like everybody's being nice to each other so far.
But we
But
can't
if somebody
guarantee that
says
in
you
the
can't
future.
drive your round baler through my property, then maybe they can't.
Yeah, like I said, can't guarantee that.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Judy. Any other thoughts or motion?
Staff
Well, you
recommendation
don't
is to
have
deny
to.
it?
You
I
don't have
move to support staff recommendation.
I will second that.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second for staff rec, which would be denial of the requested relief. All those in favor, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Sorry to do that to you, Mr. Grove. You bet. We very much appreciate that. Thanks for your professionalism. Okay, that'll bring us then to, I believe, our last item on the agenda today. Item number 24, a special permit. Gosh, Drake University, 2719 Forest.
Did we do
Back in the
23?
neighborhood.
That was.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry, wrong piece of paper.
Aren't too far from where we were a couple items ago.
I am losing it today. I just can't.
Item number 24 is a request for a special permit that would essentially allow for the sale of alcohol at events held at Drake Stadium. The subject property, as I mentioned, is Drake Stadium, and the parking lots both to the west, to the east and to the west as well as the plaza within vacated 28th Street along the west side of the stadium. The subject property is predominantly zoned R3 residential, which doesn't allow for them to seek a conditional use permit that would allow for the sale of alcohol. That way, that's the reason their only route for getting alcohol sales would be to get a special permit for seasonal events, and those are good for a 5-year period. So they've requested the special permit for a 5-year period. We've, as staff, looked at this, and we do feel that it is a reasonable use of the property. You know, the stadium's located on the Drake University campus, which, you know, has many intense uses. So we didn't feel that the sale of alcohol would be negative so long as it operates in accordance with a long list of conditions. And it sounds like the applicant is in agreement with all of the conditions except for number 2. So we've recommended that the special permit would be valid for a 5-year period. 2, that any sale of wine or beer shall only occur as part of events that are sponsored by Drake University. And I'll just elaborate on our rationale behind that. Since the property is zoned R3 residential, really the only commercial uses of the property that are allowed are university uses. So we felt that it's reasonable to limit any sale of alcohol to those university-sponsored events. Number 3, any sale of wine and or beer shall be in accordance with the necessary wine and or beer permits issued by the city clerk. For any vendor shall be located on paved surface. The 5, 6, and 7 are just standard conditions. Number 7 states that the special permit shall be subject to reconsideration if the zoning enforcement officer determines that the use has become a nuisance. So really the main point of discussion is that second condition, and I think the Des Moines Menace soccer games are the main non-university sponsored events that Drake University is interested in having beer at.
So is that why this wasn't on consent?
It
Because
is,
of
because
some
they didn't agree to number 2.
concerns from
Right.
them? Okay.
Tell me again, what was that event?
The Des Moines Menace soccer team uses Drake Stadium.
Why did the city feel like that wasn't?
Sure. Because the property is owned R3, which only allows, the only commercial uses that are allowed in R3 are like university uses.
Even though they lease it to the Menace?
Right.
For a game?
So are they in violation when they?
I kind of asked that question of the zoning enforcement officer, but she didn't have an answer either. So.
Okay, because I mean, it just kind of sounds like that's.
Because if we go back to the affected area, the parcel, does that include areas where the Menace would be conducting their activities?
If they're playing the stadium.
Well, I think
Well, yeah, it includes the stadium, obviously.
Yeah, the
All right,
pregame
okay.
events or tailgating out in the parking lots.
Or if they were to host a tournament or
Yeah.
anything?
Right.
But if they're hosting a tournament, then it's a university activity.
No, it's not. Not if the Menace are hosting it.
No, but then, yeah.
Yeah, depending on how
Talk about the Menace.
how deep you go in this. I mean, to me, if the Menace has X games a year, we could say for official Drake functions or certain tenancy.
Yeah, you could do that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's for the schedule of Des Moines Menace home
Yeah,
games or whatever.
but if we just had, you know, 365 days a year, you can have booze out here, then that might be a little different.
Right.
Right? Okay. All right.
Yeah, and the applicant could probably speak to outside events that Drake doesn't sponsor
Yeah.
that the stadium gets used for other than high school games, which is, you can't sell alcohol at those.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there's other rules through IHSSA that go with that.
But I mean, the
yeah.
high school, you have to worry about
Yeah.
it, but I don't know if
Okay.
the Grandview University would use it, I don't know.
Sure.
Just use it as an example,
Sure.
I doubt it, but.
All right. If you're good, we'll listen to what the applicant says.
All right.
I see our audience is stuck around to see how this last item goes. Yeah. Unless they're here in support or opposition, I don't.
They might be.
Good afternoon.
Thanks
Chairman Pels, members of the board. First one, Kevin Moran, 1422 27th Street, representing Drake. First, I want to thank you for all the things you guys do. I understand, you know, these monthly meetings, you know, it's a long time to take over, but without you, good guidance, the city wouldn't be where it is. I know that because I was in the Planning and Zoning Commission for another city for 12 years. And it's amazing how the stuff that you have to get into and the fact that the city staff can really keep you going. So
Thank you.
thank you for all that.
Yeah.
And again, in regards to this, keeping the spirit of the Drake ladies here, go Bulldogs, and get that going for you. The reason that we're asking, and I kind of mentioned about number 2 there, is what happened this summer was the Menace. We weren't planning on this event taking place. They came to us because Valley West Stadium was being under construction. It was a short turnaround thing that we didn't really understand, and it came to us really quickly. And as they got to us, they said, oh, by the way,
Yeah, I think it might be too
Get it?
close.
Might be. Oh, by the way, we'd like to have some beer sales because that's what our kind of followers and our visitors to their games like to see. And as we looked into it, by the time we get all those permissions together and all those applications together, we're already behind the times. And knowing and seeing how that this application is for 5 years, I can't tell you what events are going to take place next year. There's so many exciting things happening around our campus right now. It's just the neighborhood is just going like gangbusters. A lot of exciting things taking place, and so really we just wanted to make sure that some of these things may not be sponsored by Drake, but we do have a great venue that promoters come to us all the time. Different organizations do come to us and look to use those facilities. Nothing much other differently than the NAP Center that we currently have that does have the permit for beer and wine sales. And so it's just kind of going, we just like to be able to have that opportunity over here at this great stadium. The good news is most of the stadium really is, I'd say 95% of it already fenced off. Whether it be the parking lots, whether it be the stadium itself, it's that way for security purposes. And so we would definitely make sure that any type of venue, working with whoever uses it, if it's Drake sponsored, if it's a state sponsored event or something else, like I said, it just comes down to being able to have that option to sell beer or wine. We do have a current vendor, food and beverage vendor on campus. They would be the one doing the selling for us. And so they'd go down to the city council or the city clerk's office, which they currently do now. And so they do on occasion go get those special permits, but it does take a lot of time and effort. And so working with the city staff, going through this process, this is what we're liking to see. And so again, agree with everything. Number 2 is just one of those that we're not sure we're going to be able to sponsor every event or put Drake's name on every event. And how do you really prove whether Drake sponsored the Menace or not? I don't know how that would be, and so I just wanted to keep it clean and making sure we're following up.
What other events would you envision them using that stadium for?
You know,
other than soccer, football, track and field?
Pretty much, yeah. You know, we're not their venue for any outdoor music venues. There just isn't any NCAA's. There's some of those colleges, no, NCAA's and a lot of even the state track meets that we host do not allow alcohol sales during those events. You know, it is
Who else
just
approaches you to use it besides the high schools?
at this point, those are just the ones we're dealing with right now. But like I said, there's just so much activity happening in the Drake neighborhood and on our campus. It's unknown at this time what's going to come to our doors, and so.
Well, and the reason I'm asking is this: is carte blanche is tough to give.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's kind of like a noise ordinance. If we said right now, okay, for Drake-sponsored events, it's acceptable. For Menace home soccer games that are going to be held at Drake, it's acceptable. Anything other than that, can they come back to the city and ask for a permit that would allow them to sell beer and wine, even though they're not sponsoring the event, if we decide, we, the city, not me, or this board, because they're not going to want to wait for us.
Well, they would have to, if you limit it to just the Drake sponsored or Menace sponsored, then they would have to amend it, come back to the board to amend the condition.
Okay.
If it was a non-Drake or non-Menace.
But right now, when they get their special permits, they can do it for anything that's happening there.
Well,
It's a process.
What?
Arguably not on a frequent.
Well, right. Yeah, that's not like we're giving them 5 years and it's like ongoing. But if individually, if they have one event a year that comes up, could they come down and ask for a special permit?
Yeah,
It may not happen in time for them to contract it.
right, the way this was worded, it's good for a 5-year period, and there's no limit to the number of activities.
I understand that, but he was referencing some earlier, like how it works now if we weren't to grant this.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that there's some sort of special permitting process that could occur that could allow that.
Yeah, outside of.
Outside of this board.
Right.
If this board gave, Bert, if we gave them an umbrella to operate under, and if they get outside of that, they'd have to come
They'd
back.
have to go to,
Right.
or go to
Yes.
them and ask
Sue
for
will let-
special.
yeah.
Right, and they come back to you and say, hey,
Right.
we've got XYZ, and they want to hold an event here, and they'd like to be able to sell beer and wine.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not sponsored by us. Can we
Right.
do that? It's like
It may not be staff's recommendation.
Sue, yeah, in the past, on these types of uses, Sue's, if it happens on a property once a year, Sue's fine doing like a 5-day, one-time event permit. But if it's more frequent, like if it's 2 to 6 times a year, then she's been requiring either the special permits or the conditional use permits.
Right.
So.
But a lot of that has been.
I wish she was here.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at, is, and I think it's similar to what Dave's getting at, is that if we could grant, I don't want to put them, I'm a little uncomfortable with saying anything you do for 365 days a year potentially. But that said, some flexibility would be nice, and maybe it's adding in the menace, maybe it's saying particular types of athletic events that we can envision. But I also would want to give them some flexibility, not to open it up entirely, but if they do have some weird request in 3 years and it is for a couple days and it's not athletic or it's not the menace, I wouldn't want to be more, in some ways, more restrictive than we are now
Right.
for them to go to the city.
So, like a possible way to do that would be to change number 2 to Drake sponsored, Menace sponsored,
Are we in the discussion portion?
or 5 other events per calendar year,
Oh, okay.
or 5 other non-Drake or
Yeah, like cap the number of non-Drake or menace. Yeah, okay.
Are we
So
in the
that would be a
discussion?
workaround that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Are we in the discussion portion right now?
We're just, we're in the staff,
I have a question.
we're in his presentation, I think, still.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because
Bert just sidled up and he started asking questions.
But I don't know where it's
All right,
appropriate.
let's back up here. So, Bert, do you need to finish the thought?
I would
or
know.
are you-
If you didn't hear what I just said, I said one possible option would be to revise condition number 2 to say any sale of beer or wine should be limited to Drake-sponsored events, Menace-sponsored events, or X number of other events per year.
That's an option that you would say you could turn into.
Work with.
Yeah,
Right, the
yeah,
board.
yeah, as some kind of a condition. We may look at that, we may not, we may throw you something else.
Right.
We'll have to see, but I understand what you're saying. All right. Kevin, did you need to wrap up anything else with your presentation?
No.
I do have a question for Kevin.
Yeah, come back up for a minute.
Yes.
So I think some of the things we're looking for is accountability of people serving the alcohol, making sure they aren't drunk and stuff like that. And you said you used an outside vendor. The outside people who are renting from you, do they use the same vendor so the vendor has a vested interest in making sure that the rules are followed?
That is, our current vendor is Sodexo, provides food and beverage and we just signed another 10-year lease or a 10-year agreement with them.
So somebody coming in can't say, I want to use
Nope,
my vendor
nope.
instead?
Every time any sales of food or beverage has to go through our vendor. And they go down to the city clerk's office and gets that liquor license if they need to.
And so they have a vested interest in following the rules?
Yes, yes.
Thank
So
you.
this is the same vendor that manages NAP Center events too?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And then we also have public safety that does, the tours. We've got, all kinds of other things in motion to make sure that when there's sales like that, we have additional officers around, we have security around, we make sure that nobody underage is drinking, nobody underage, they've got to get their IDs checked, wear wristbands. We have all that in place, we're currently
And making
using.
sure like they drink too much. I know a lot of neighbors
Yeah.
are concerned about people drinking and not finding a restroom and using their front yard.
And so we just wanted to make sure, we got this great venue. It comes down to is we've got football games at home. People would love to just have a beer. We tried that over at the NAP Center. It just went very well received with everybody there. And so now we just want to do it at the football stadium. And again, the Menace came up to us, wasn't something that we were looking to go out and promote and bring to us. They came to us. And so it was just one of those going, if we have the ability to continue sales for other events not sponsored by Drake, and again, I'll leave you all to kind of craft the language that works.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's a good segue. Just hang on a second. I want to ask you a question. So, events sponsored by Drake, we're all on the same table, right? The odds are we'd probably approve that, and staff was okay with that. But if we said something to the effect, and athletic events and related competitions, you know, because it might not be the Menace. The name could change tomorrow. Kyle could not be the owner. Somebody else gets the franchise. There's no more Menace, but now there's the Stars or something. Oh, now we got to amend something. We shouldn't name individuals or corporations in some of our approvals. But what I don't want you to do is use the horseshoe to have a big AC/DC concert. So it'd be great, but
Well, there's plenty of music venues
in
around
Des Moines.
already,
But
so.
if we were to kind of, and I think what Drake has been doing in the neighborhood, you had the USA track and field, you know, nationals there. You're on national TV on NBC. That was
Yeah,
cool.
exactly.
But to have stuff like that there, I would gather that if it's not directly sponsored by you, the types of events you'd want to sell alcohol at would still be athletic events and related competitions, would it not?
That's correct.
So if we had language to that effect, do you think that
I think we could-
that would get 99.9%
I think
of what
we
you
could live
need?
with that.
Okay, and then if you needed something else, you could come to the city
Yep,
and
for
say, hey, look, AC/DC, it's their last concert ever, and they want to have it at Drake. Could we do this?
Yep.
I would hope the council would say yes. But, okay, I just wanted to kind of feel that out and see what my colleagues think.
Okay, maybe I missed something, but there's no beer and wine sales at like the Drake Relays.
There isn't, Eric was asking me that already, there isn't sales, but we do have sponsored tents that it is provided to those that wish to
Right,
drink
but it's
it
not
that are above
selling.
the age. It's not selling.
Okay.
But with this approval,
This
Sounds like
approval,
it's
that's
free.
not only sponsored by Drake, it would be an athletic event and related
which,
competition.
we do have, expanded our whole tents down to the street, but we also have some other areas along, within the stadium area.
Right.
In here, which we could include, and there's always been, hey, why don't we get a craft beer truck to pull in, and why don't we get this and that, and again, it comes down to everybody's got great ideas. Everybody wants to expand everything, and it's just trying to go on. I'm not sure what they're thinking at this time. I just want to make sure that we kind of have the ability to assist and allow some of those uses.
Is there beer and wine sales normally at high school events?
At high school
At
events,
the college.
At college they're doing it.
at high school,
know,
it is
but-
not permitted.
Yeah, at high school.
College, we
they
used to
will
sneak
allow
it
it.
in.
And those are regulated through different things
Those
besides
are-
the zoning
yes,
ordinance. So
those
Iowa
are
High
regulated
School
through
Athletic.
the state,
Yeah,
and when they come
state.
through the state track meet at us, they're not allowed on the grounds, and we do
Right.
not approve it. either.
Right.
But they
That's
host,
a good question.
they host golf tournaments, and the
Right.
golf course can't sell beer and wine in the bar if they're hosting the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. States are pretty strict about it.
Whether,
which-
whether you're
Is your
there
private
to
or
watch
not?
the tournament or not, they can't do it.
Yeah.
Just want a clarification.
No, that's a good question, Marlis. All right, thank you, Kevin.
All right.
All right, we'll close the public portion, then I go to board deliberation.
We've been talking about a lot of things, and I like the idea of maybe saying professional sports for the other people, and maybe allowing like maybe up to 5 at the discretion of the city when they come down for the permit, 5 a year or something. And then it also require for them to be used with the same vendor, so we have a little bit of accountability there.
So,
The vendor's the
I
only
don't-
one that will serve food and
Well, I just
anything
wanted to
there.
put that in writing.
Well,
I
yeah, I
don't-
think that's the only one Drake will allow.
I can appreciate that, but I don't want to overdo this because Suhan has also said we can't have all these cascading files of super duper conditions where then we've got to remember, Sodexo lost the contract and no one told us and you've retired or moved on and now we're in violation. I'd rather have it broad enough that everybody knows the boundaries, but narrow enough we meet the intent of the zoning ordinance. That's why to me,
So-
if it's an athletic event and related competition, I don't care if they want to have one a weekend. At every Menace game, it wouldn't be economical to have alcohol everywhere. You'd probably just sell it at the stands and you're done.
Yeah.
And I mostly agree with that, except for my understanding is if we grant this and put that restriction on it, then let's try to think of a quieter band than AC/DC, but if some concert wants to occur there, it would not be allowed and they would have to come back to us
They
for
could
that
go to the city
permission.
for a special.
I don't think they can,
I said
Can
the
they?
city would approve it.
unless we say it explicitly in here.
Can we say that? Or
You mean if you were going
If
to
we
allow
said-
alcohol sales at the?
Yeah,
somebody wanted to come do an orchestra thing, which isn't rowdy.
Yeah, I think if condition number 2 is worded to say Drake sponsored or any
Athletic.
event and or related competition, then a concert wouldn't.
Right.
unless
They'd have to come to
Drake's-
us. They
unless
couldn't
it's
get a
Drake
special
sponsored.
permit. This like kind of overrules any sort of special permitting process that they would get normally through the city. And so we would have to come up with
I'm thinking about like the
either
Renaissance.
capping like a one. That's why I'm not sure that 5 is the right word, especially if we open it up to athletic, or 5 is the right number. If we open up to all athletic events, but maybe 1 or 2, or we say something else about like, or occasionally as special permits may be granted by the city staff. I mean,
I'd be okay with that if that gives you at staff's discretion if they feel a special one-time event's appropriate, because you do one-time events for everybody now with your discretion, right?
Right, Sue Ann will have that discretion if she feels it truly is a once a year.
Yes.
Or a
Or less.
non-repetitive, right?
Yes. Yeah, because there's stuff that Kevin can't anticipate or we can't anticipate. But, you know, I don't know how many games the Menace has a year, but I don't want to say, 12 events. Well, the Menace could eat all that up, and then they might have another good event that they don't sponsor, but it's still an athletic event. They're allowing use of the stadium, and now we're trying to add up how many events they're having. And I don't want to get into that.
Right.
At least me.
And if the number we put in right now isn't enough for them, if this really takes off, they can come back and ask for.
That's why I don't want to put a number in, but that's just me.
yeah, I'd rather not deal with it unless number 7 comes into play.
What does the
absolutely.
average person in Des Moines think goes on at Drake Stadium? Athletic events and related competitions. And if they want to sell alcohol at every athletic event and related competition, I don't think that's a
High
big
school
deal.
graduations.
Beer and wine.
That's not an athletic event.
Beer and wine.
You can't sell it at
Well,
high school.
High school functions, okay.
No, we talked about alcoholic liquor.
Oh, okay.
Beer and wine are alcohol.
Okay.
So,
That's not what you said.
yeah.
I would challenge.
I just said
that
alcohol.
Maybe our notice wasn't sufficient enough that the neighborhood would think concerts could be included in this, but.
I'm fine if we would.
Yeah, but we're
look
not allowing any concerts. We're just allowing them
No,
to.
I'm just saying if you were thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Doing something,
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
we would need to notice it again.
I think it was covered because we just notified it as seasonal and special events. We didn't say athletic events.
Okay.
But concerts.
Yeah, that'd be our way to bring this down to size.
So what's the best way to explicitly word that they still have the ability to go down to the city and apply for a special permit for things that don't correspond with the restrictions that we're putting in number 2?
Yeah.
First of all, is if we're going to talk about soccer,
Well,
we're talking
I-
about the Menace.
I think we don't need to talk about, to Mel's point, I don't think we need to talk about, we can say sponsored by Drake University or any other athletic, your terminology was pretty good, I don't remember what it was.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
That's 2 broad categories. If
Yeah.
you then wanted to add like 2 other additional events annually that don't fall in those categories.
Well, again, I don't know that we want to,
Kevin wasn't asking for that either, and I put it right in
Yeah.
front of him. I gave him a chance.
yeah, so I think
And
we
I
just
think he
say,
gets it, too.
and, you know, they can still apply to the city for things that don't meet these 2 broad categories.
Yeah.
Well,
Not to limit, yeah.
And the zoning enforcement officer will use her discretion to determine if such special events will be issued.
Right.
Right? Yeah.
You're gonna call-
Because if you do have a big old concert bash in the horseshoe and it goes wrong and she gives you one
Right. I
permit,
mean-
she won't do it again.
The good news is there's number 7 here that says if it doesn't
Yeah.
become a nuisance.
There we go. Like a conditional use permit. It'd be the same idea.
So let's get back to, he was talking about the Menace.
Okay.
You don't want to name the Menace because I could read it. That's professional soccer, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Or is it not?
Yeah,
Those guys
yeah.
get paid, right?
Well, it's kind of like the Buccaneers.
So what do we call it?
We don't have to call
Athletic
it.
events.
It's an athletic event and a related competition. We don't have to get into
Oh, you
that.
need
What
to
they're
get it.
asking for is seasonal and special.
All right,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So special has kind of a broad meaning because AC/DC coming to town could be special.
That's up to, and that'll be up to Sue Ann to review.
Yeah.
Well, how about if I try to float,
Yeah, let's do it.
square this out?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's other questions I have,
Okay.
because it says multiple vendors, and I'm not sure about that, how I feel about that.
All right, well,
That's easy to take care of.
Well, I
The
know.
vendor thing's simple.
right,
It's Drake has a contract with somebody, that's the only people that can do it.
yeah.
Drake's
So-
only gonna let them do it.
All right, then I'm going to try to make a motion here, and we'll be almost on time and maybe ahead. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to grant the special permit for sales activities in conjunction with seasonal and special events for a period of up to 5 years, generally in accordance with items 1 through 7 with an amendment to item 2. The beer or wine shall only occur as part of events that are sponsored by Drake University or are athletic events and related competitions. And then even in, and then the rest of the items here, and then an item 8 would be this approval and limitations does not preclude Drake University from seeking a special event permit for other activities through the City of Des Moines with review and discretion permit issuance by the zoning enforcement officer.
Perfect.
Something to, and I'll have Judy help us with the physical language.
Now, Dave, I'm concerned about some
So that's a
vendors-
motion. Now we
Okay.
can discuss and look at a second.
I'm just worried about, if we can put, that's a Drake-approved vendor. So we don't need that.
It obviously
someone's-
will be because they're the landlord. They're not going to have anybody on their property that they don't approve of.
Thank you.
And that's a good point, but yeah.
I'll second.
So this is my concern.
All right, so Dave's got a second. If there's any other discussion, we can have it. If not, all those in favor of the proposed special permit as presented, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
All right, okay, it looks like we all like this idea. So- All right, carries 6-0. Kevin, thank you for coming in today. I appreciate you folks hanging around.
Ta-da! Come back next to me.
Two quick things for the board. I do want you guys to really just think about this on your own time. If there are some recurring issues that we do have here that we think the zoning ordinance needs review, oddly enough, we just passed a new one, or will be. But if down the line we think that it's reasonable to suggest revisions, this board can put a letter forward and do so. Doesn't mean the council will listen to us. But that's how we help get the monument sign thing over the hump. I think Eric and Bert remember when we did that when Councilman Bill Gray was our chair. So just keep that in mind. If something seems super silly for a decade, maybe we should suggest something happens about it.
Yeah,
So
the new ordinance may be a little more set up to give equal protection of sign areas.
Okay.
Right now, the way it's written, why should a sorority fraternity have a different standard than a multifamily apartment building?
Okay.
But it does, and I think a lot of that gets fixed.
So, so maybe that'll come out in the wash, or it'll be a little easier to deal with. But again, I think it's just something that maybe not a criticism of staff, but maybe we need to remind ourselves that, hey, as board members, if we see problems with the ordinance, we can ask the council to look at it too.
Okay, and are we off the air now?
No, we have one more item.
Okay.
We have to approve minutes from the last meeting, so anybody who was here last time.
to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Cindy, second by Marlis. All those here last time, raise your right hand, say aye if you approve. Any opposition? Seeing none. Okay, motion carries. Okay, so last official business, we're done. Thank you. So,
Now I have a question.